Chapter 673. Only that Xiao Junyi was truly the goddaughter of the king of the Zhongyuan. This was a huge move. Under the king of the Zhongyuan's painstaking nurturing, those 9 genius illegitimate children stood out from his large number of illegitimate children and entered the Hidden Dragon High School with different identities. All of them were geniuses and were about to mature. As long as they graduated from the Hidden Dragon Academy, they would be able to serve in the army. With the old prince's countless old subordinates in the army, they could easily create an officer or a general with a bright future. There was no risk in doing so. And these genius illegitimate children who returned from the battlefield were all heroes of the nation. They naturally entered various important positions and rose through the ranks with the help of a dense network of connections. No one could find fault with such a resume. By that time, as the crown princess, Xiao Junyi would also be in a high position. Coupled with the foundation of power that she had laid down early on, how difficult would it be to nurture a few super clans? With the help of various parties and the king of the Zhongyuan's many years of painstaking effort, it would be enough to shake the court and influence the movements of the continent. The king of the Zhongyuan was patient, persistent and determined. He was conceited enough to wait and pay the price. In order to achieve this goal of his, he could continuously throw out external forces year after year to attract attention. Through this, he could create space and leeway for these people to continue growing. He had been doing this for many, many years. In fact, the spies he had planted were far more than these 10 people. In these many years, there were already many illegitimate children and godsons who entered the military. Many of them had even returned from the military and were already in some important positions. This was where his true confidence lay. However, today's inspection had ruthlessly shattered all of this. The king of the Zhongyuan could still keep his composure when it was the first 2. But when all 10 of them, including the 3 illegitimate children he thought were the most secretive, were caught and cruelly killed in front of his eyes through a martial arts competition, the king of the Zhongyuan knew clearly. It was over. Because there were only a total of 10 people he had arranged to enter the Hidden Dragon High School. And these 10 people, not one less, were all dead on the spot. Right in front of him. These were all the king of the Zhongyuan's favorite children. Right in front of him, he killed them one by one. Every time he killed one of them, it was a heart-wrenching pain. He was forced to watch helplessly as his own sons were killed one after another. This method was simply cruel to the extreme. However, he couldn't move. There was another meaning behind the fact that the commanders of the 3 armies had come together and participated in this farce personally. It was about time that those people that had been planted in the early years had all been grasped. His so-called big picture had been destroyed, completely destroyed. The end of the 10 matches also represented the end of the first stage of the competition. However, at this moment, the anger of the entire Hidden Dragon High School almost reached the heavens. Yi Changqing had a splitting headache. I knew the truth of the matter, and I also knew why it was done. But if you don't explain, what do you want me to do? Yi Changqing obviously knew why they didn't explain. The royal family scandal couldn't be announced to the world. Once this veil was pulled off, it would cause a huge uproar. Furthermore, although the king of the Zhongyuan had planned this scheme, he was still the son of the god of war. For the sake of their old friendship, the military had left him a way out. This also led to this matter, whether it was for public or private reasons, it couldn't be brought to the surface. But, in the face of these rowdy students, how should the Hidden Dragon High martial artist manage them? How should he guide them? Don't tell me you want me to say to the students, we've been crushed like this, and we're going to let it go just like this? Can't you think for me? However, Yi Changqing thought too much of the students. At this moment, although there were many students who were angry and couldn't wait to kill their opponents to vent their anger, many small groups were discussing today's matter, especially the many strange things. Why? Why did the commander of the three armies, the head of the martial education department, come to inspect? Was it just to kill a few people in the Hidden Dragon High School to enrage the students? That's impossible. That's giving the students of the Hidden Dragon High School too much face. When they thought about how Xiao Junyi had called him Godfather, some clever students had already woken up from their anger. They were deep in thought. What was the reason for all of this? Why did everything that happened today seem so fishy? Why did everything seem so wrong today, on the stage? Commander Shiman waved his hand and set up a barrier. He said indifferently, Tai Feng, today's matter has come to an end. What are your thoughts? The king of the Zhongyuan looked defeated and his eyes were filled with worry. A strange fluctuation appeared on his face. Sometimes, all the blood in his body rushed to the top of his head. Sometimes, all the blood in his head retreated. After hearing this question, he was actually at a loss for a while. Then, he said dejectedly, No. No. How can there be no? General Shiman smiled faintly and said, Before I came here, I had counted the names of the recent casualties. In the previous battle, in the Western Army, there were 37 low-level officers who died on the spot. This is the name list. A piece of paper flew out from Commander Shiman's hand and landed in front of the king of the Zhongyuan. The king of the Zhongyuan didn't want to look. He knew whose name was on it and even guessed the name on the list. However, he couldn't not look at it. He just took a look and closed his eyes immediately. Yes. 37 of them. Over the years, they had been assigned to the Western Army. Now, there were only 37 of them still serving in the Western Army. Now, all of them were listed on this name list, 37 martyrs. Commander Shiman sighed. Finally, your reputation is not bad. Ha ha ha! The king of the Zhongyuan laughed bitterly. They were all dead. So what if their reputation was not bad? What was the use? Just like the dead Xiao Junyi. She was just a dead person. Even if she had a great future, it was all in vain. However, he soon knew that this good reputation was already due to Commander Shiman giving him face, a great deal of face. So the Western Army also has losses, and they are losses from the war. This is really not bad. Our Eastern Army is a big joke. 17 officers died in a fight in the camp. This is really a disgrace. Another name list floated out. The king of the Zhongyuan's face turned red. All the blood in his body seemed to have rushed to his head. The corners of his eyes were about to tear. 14 people from the Southern Army died. They violated military discipline and drank themselves to death. Fuck, have they not drunk in their lives? The deputy commander of the Southern Army cursed. 5 people from the Northern Army. 5 people who loved to look pretty. They knew that the weather was cold, but they didn't wear winter clothes for the sake of face. In the end, they all froze to death. Fuck, what is going on? Commander Beigong sighed and took out a name list as well. He said painfully, this kind of death is sensational. How can they report their military exploits? Sigh, they are really useless. Commander Ding put down the phone that he just hung up and said solemnly, I just received news that 3 students from Yunwan High School fell into the water and died. The cause of the accident is still under investigation. 4 students from Ancestral Dragon High School also died at the same time. For some reason, 7 students gathered together for a party and drowned. This is really strange. Here, this is the name list. The king of the Zhongyuan can take a look and see if you know any of them. Commander Ding shook his head. Sigh, they are all star students with good cultivation. How could they drown? Could it be that there are really ghosts in this world? Maybe there really are. Commander Dongfang shook his head and sighed. Today, more than 300 officials in the country all drowned. There are strange things every year, but not as many as today. Could it be that today is the day of Mercury's retrograde flood that occurs once in 100 years? Commander Bagong laughed. I'm not sure if it's a flood today, but it's definitely a disaster today. I've just received news that 7 clans' residences have all collapsed. I don't know how many feet the ground has caved in. None of the clans are lucky enough to survive. What's more unbelievable is that these families all had a routine family gathering when the accident happened. Among them is the Chi family. Chi family, there is even a Chi family. TSK. Pfft. The king of the Zhongyuan opened his mouth and suddenly spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. It sprayed out a full 5 meters and all of it sprayed onto the arena. Panting heavily, he said with difficulty, "Enough, don't say any more. Please. Don't say any more." His eyes were dazzled, and the sky turned dark. It's over, it's all over. This time, it's really all over. All the seeds and names of all the extended forces that he had cultivated after so many years of planning, painstaking effort were all listed on the list of accidents. Not a single one of them survived. Not a single one of them was lucky. All these years, the few families that had secretly cooperated with him all appeared on the list and were all wiped out. Commander Ding's eyes were as cold as ice. He said slowly, "I also just received news that a big case has happened in the palace. 7 people in the palace died mysteriously, and 11 people in the Crown Prince's residence died on the spot. This is the list of the deceased. The accident is being investigated further. Today is really a day of many disasters. So many changes have happened, and so many people have died. Are you done yet?" The king of the Zhongyuan stood up and shouted sternly, "What else do you want? Tell me, what else do you want?" "Impudent!" Marshal Dongfang scolded sternly, "How can you make a fuss in front of your elders? You've really disgraced the royal family." "I've disgraced the royal family. I've disgraced the royal family." The king of the Zhongyuan was already a little deranged. He shouted in grief and indignation, "My men are all dead. They're all dead. Those are your men. What are these people planning to do?" Marshal Shimin said coldly. The king of the Zhongyuan was suddenly at a loss for words. He suddenly threw caution to the wind and shouted, "Now, you're the ones who killed the future crown prince consort. That's the crown prince consort. The 3 marshals, you've committed a great taboo." Commander Ding looked at the king of the Zhongyuan and said softly, "You don't dare to kill the future crown prince consort. You haven't killed her before." Marshal Dongfang narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "This is just an eye for an eye." Chapter 674. The king of Zhongyuan was stunned. Beside him, Vice Principal Qing Gaiying's eyes were filled with hatred. His eyes were fixed on the king of Zhongyuan as if he wanted to swallow him whole and chew him up. A barrier had been set up so no one outside could hear what was said inside. However, it was precisely because of this that what was being said inside was truly shocking. There was no need to hold back anymore. Every sentence was enough to set off stormy waves and endless waves. Are you unhappy? Are you angry? Marshal Dongfang tilted his head and looked at the king of Zhongyuan. His face was cold and expressionless, and his eyes were indifferent. Do you know why we are doing this today? Do you think that you alone are worthy of the 3 of us coming here to suppress you? To go through so much trouble? Marshal Dongfang sneered. You are not worthy. In the end, you are just a hereditary prince. What achievements and assets do you have that are worthy of us coming here? The first reason why we are here is that His Majesty personally requested to spare your life. Keep the Prince of Zhongyuan's mansion. Because the glory of the invincible god of war of the continent is the banner of the astral souls of the continent. It cannot be left behind. His Majesty also does not want to stir up a tsunami of emotions among the old subordinates of Jun Nanshan. More so, he cannot bear the reputation of killing the descendants of loyal officials and cutting off the descendants of heroes. We are here because of your father, the first prince of the royal family, the invincible god of war of the continent. For this old friend. Today is the last time we are protecting you. Marshal Dongfang said calmly, you did not hear wrongly. What we are doing today is to protect you. With what you have done, we should lead the troops to flatten your mansion. It is only a matter of time. It is what we should do. Do you know that before we came, the Nanjing Qian had secretly mobilized 200,000 troops to prepare for a military exercise in the Central Plains? If not for His Majesty's persuasion, your Prince of Zhongyuan's mansion would have been crushed. But back then, your father made great contributions for the continent and the country. It is enough for him to be crowned a new king. Countless brothers of the Western Army have been saved by him. Marshal Shimon's voice was heavy as he said, before I came here, more than 40 of my old brothers knelt in front of me. They begged me to spare their old brothers some face. That's why I suggested that we call you here so that you can witness everything with your own eyes. You know what mistake you've made, what crime you've committed. From now on, your father's mountainous achievements, all the glory, all the favors, and all the gratitude. Marshal Shimon said softly. Nothing is left. For this reason, we won't even explain to the students present why we did this. It's because we don't want to exterminate the descendants of our old brother. The king of Zhongyuan laughed bitterly. Even if you don't want to explain, is there not a single smart person in this matter? That call of Godfather has already pushed me into a desperate situation. This matter has already been exposed to the world. What's the point of explaining it? But at least we've protected your father's prince mansion of the Central Plains. At least you won't act rashly and can still live a peaceful life as a wealthy idler for the rest of your life. Marshal Shimon said solemnly, now, your matter is done. Jun Taifeng, you can go back and leave this place immediately. I don't want to see you again. From now on, you're on your own. Clang! A broken saber covered with sawtooth fell in front of the king of Zhongyuan. The body of the saber was dark red, and it was covered with scars. The edge of the saber was densely packed with jagged teeth. Those were the wounds that were caused by millions of desperate slashes. This is your father's 100-battle saber. This saber is made of indestructible iron. Indestructible iron has always been known for being difficult to damage. Your father used this saber to fight for his whole life. The indestructible iron that is said to be difficult to damage has been used by him to this extent. This saber has always been the pride of the Western Army. Marshal Shimon stroked the saber gently. His hands were actually trembling slightly. His voice was trembling and there were tears in his eyes. Now, let it return to your prince mansion of the Central Plains. Our Western Army. In the future, we won't be able to bear the mountainous sins that your father's son has repaid us. 20 million soldiers, because of your treason, have lost all their military merits. Together, for your father, we will help you bear the crime of treason. From now on, we will not know each other and have nothing to do with each other. Marshal Shimon's tears fell on the 100-battle saber. He said softly and with a trembling voice, Nanshan, brother, I'm sorry. He took a deep breath and pushed the 100-battle saber out resolutely. Take it away. The 100-battle saber let out a mournful cry. The saber flashed with red light, as if it couldn't bear to leave. This treasured saber that had killed countless enemies seemed to be sentient. It was unwilling to leave the atmosphere it was most familiar with. The king of Zhongyuan stared at the saber. He wanted to reach out and grab the hilt several times. But he couldn't reach out his hand. He could feel that as long as his hand grasped the hilt of the saber, he would thoroughly tarnish his father's monstrous battle achievements. I am me. My father is my father. The king of Zhongyuan stood up and said with a cold expression, my actions have nothing to do with him. This saber is his saber. He can leave it wherever he wants. It's just a saber. What does it have to do with me? I'll bear the consequences of my own actions. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Now, have you all humiliated me enough? The king of Zhongyuan said calmly, if it's enough, I'll leave. Marshal Shimin narrowed his eyes and said, enough. You can leave now. Leave immediately. The king of Zhongyuan laughed maniacally and strode out. However, after taking 2 steps, he hesitated for a moment. He turned around and bowed deeply to the 100-battle saber on the ground. Then, he turned and left. He rose into the air and left with the wind. The king of Zhongyuan, who was in the air, suddenly laughed loudly. He strode away and left without looking back. Marshal Shimin heaved a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, he immediately held the 100-battle saber in his hand. The 100-battle saber made a buzzing sound, as if a child who had been wronged was crying to his parents. He gently stroked the saber hilt and muttered, he's back. He won't leave. Don't worry, he still has some sense of shame. Marshal Dongfang sneered and said, if he dares to take this saber away today, I'll send my troops to destroy him tomorrow. At least he knows his place. Does he deserve to take this 100-battle saber? At the side. Vice Principal Cheng's eyes were red as he asked, Marshals, may I ask if the Prince of Zhongyuan's crime is really written off just like that? Are we really not going to seek revenge for that monstrous sin and the debt of blood? Marshal Dongfang narrowed his eyes and said calmly, yes, we can't pursue it anymore. Cheng Gaiying's eyes were red. His chest heaved, and the corners of his eyes looked like they were about to tear. Marshal Shimin said to Marshal Dongfang calmly, at least we didn't let our old brother down. This time, we helped him bear the crime of treason. We should have done it, and we shouldn't have. Marshal Dongfang nodded gently and sighed. In the future, if anyone uses the law to pursue this matter, we will have to stand up and demand an explanation. Vice Principal Cheng was so angry that his chest was about to explode. He took a big step forward and was about to speak, but Yi Chongqing quickly pulled him back. Idiot! Yi Chongqing said anxiously, are you stupid? Marshal Dongfang has already said that we can't pursue this matter according to the law, but he didn't say how to deal with the grudges of the martial world. Do you have to say everything? In the end, you're going to block the last path of revenge. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can deny the last bit of glory of the invincible war god of the Central Plains for your family? Cheng Gaiying felt as if cold water had been poured over his head. He immediately came to his senses and hurriedly shut his mouth. Marshal Dongfang looked meaningfully at Yi Chongqing with a smile in his eyes. With their status, if they said they would protect him, they would protect him to the end. Therefore, they personally took action and wiped out all of the King of Zhongyuan's subordinates. They uprooted all of the King of Zhongyuan's efforts. This made their attitude clear, we will make sure he doesn't have that kind of ability. You can rest assured. If Vice Principal Cheng went forward and asked, then, are you going to protect the grudges of the martial world and personal grudges as well? As long as this sentence was asked, the answer would be obvious, we are going to protect him. And it would be a prophecy, they would protect him to the end. But as long as this sentence was not asked, there would still be an opening, because you didn't say it. The law of the country sanctioned him, and His Majesty spoke. For our old brother, we will protect him. But we don't care about the grudges of the martial world. Of course, you have to take risks to take revenge. If you are killed, no one will care. Even if you kill someone, they will put you on the wanted list. These were all things that had to be considered carefully. Next was still the challenge. The king of Zhongyuan had already left. What was there to challenge? Of course there was. Next is the challenge of Team 5. Minister Ding said. Below the stage, the captains of Team 5 were dumbfounded. We are just here to have fun. We didn't say we were going to challenge. What was going on? Below the stage, Team 2's captain, the young man in green, transmitted his voice to Team 5's captain, the red-haired man. Next, you have 8 spots. You can accept the challenge and kill these 8 people, but you can also make these 8 people drop out of the school on the spot. Since you are here, I will give you face. But when you go back, you and your people have to keep your mouths shut. The red-haired man was a little dumbfounded. What was going on? He hurriedly started to investigate. Then, he smacked his head with a furious expression. They had placed a total of 8 students in Hidden Dragon High School as spies in the future. In the end, all of their information was in the hands of others. How could they play? Holding the name list handed over by the other side and comparing it with the names drawn by Hidden Dragon High School this time, he looked dejected. Drop out. No more challenges. The red-haired man made a prompt decision. They had already been exposed. Could it be that they still had to send people up to fight and be watched as a monkey show? Chapter 675. Yu Xiaoyu said, after dropping out, these 8 people will be wanted by the entire continent. Protect them well. The red-haired man had an unlucky expression. Who the fuck was the one who planted the spies? I came out to play in high spirits, but I ended up with my face covered in dirt. Isn't it an insult for a big shot like me to clean up these small buttocks? If you want to be wanted, then go ahead. Anyway, I'm going to take them away first. After I take them away, their life and death will be decided by fate. It's a deal. Humph. The 5 teams gave up on the challenge. The 8 students who were named also dropped out on the spot. Many people couldn't understand what was going on. However, Yi Changqing's eyes were already shining with a cold light. He did not need anyone to explain this to him. Spies. From today onwards, these 8 people would become the candidates for the Hidden Dragon High School graduates. Department Head Ding let out a long sigh. The first stage of the competition was finally over. He wondered what the second stage would be like. Why was there no notification? My head hurts, big shots. General Dongfang and the others were all very interested. It was the second stage. Would that military advisor make a move? They were looking forward to it. The second stage begins. Department Head Ding took out another piece of paper that suddenly appeared in his hand. He forcefully suppressed the depression in his heart and announced loudly. As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts instantly rose high. In the first stage, the Hidden Dragon High School students lost 10 rounds in a row and lost 10 people. Now that the second stage began, what kind of strange rules would there be? Could it be a battle of life and death? Continuing the Hidden Dragon High School students' losing streak, a nightmare of death. The second stage. Department Head Ding glanced at the paper and saw the rules of the second stage clearly. He immediately let out a long sigh. He had finally returned to the normal inspection track. The second stage is a friendly competition. There will be 12 rounds. 3 people from the Origin Core realm, 3 from the Soul Transformation realm, and 3 from the Cloud Transformation realm. Everyone's eyes were focused. Was Department Head Ding stupid today? There were only 9 rounds, right? Where did the total of 12 rounds come from? After the first 9 rounds of friendly competition, there will be 3 rounds of challenge competition. The 3 teams will send out people to challenge any student they want. Department head Ding said. This rule was more or less a little strange. However, in the end, there was no life and death battle, no shadow of death. Yi Changqing asked cautiously, "May I ask if the designated students are designated by our school or by the other party?" Minister Ding said, "Of course it's designated by the other party." The worry on Yi Changqing's face deepened, and it didn't improve at all because of the friendly match. Being randomly selected by the other party, the danger was still great. Who knew which student the other party would choose? It would still be a tough battle, and it would be very difficult to fight. Below them, the group of people from Team 1 was still languid and listless as before. The young disciples inside looked eager to give it a try. Just like what department head Ding had said, one was at the peak of the Dan Essence realm, one was at the peak of the nascent soul transformation realm, and one was at the peak of the cloud transformation realm. Among the 3 teams, the one that was the most confused and didn't know what to do was Team 1. They really didn't know anything. Their original intention was to spar with the younger generation, to test and teach them. Moreover, they didn't have any big shots accompanying them. The higher-ups only sent a few leaders. Other than that, they didn't know anything about the so-called secret. To be honest, the previous 10 battles weren't just a nightmare for the people from Hidden Dragon High School. The people from Team 1 were also in a state of shock and panic. So the competition in the Astral Souls continent was actually this cruel. People would die as long as there was a competition. Wow, delicious chicken. It was only after the king of Zhongyuan left that the leader of Team 1 realized in hindsight, oh, there seems to be something else going on here. But what was it? Wu Sha Sha, don't slaughter sheep. The people from Team 2 were natives of the Astral Souls continent. There was no need to mention that they had other goals. When they heard that the second round was about to begin, they immediately became 100 times more spirited. They were at least more serious than the previous 10 battles. The 3 leaders were fighting for a spot. When it's that kid's turn, let me go. You must let me go. Get lost, I'll go. You two don't have to go. I'm his senior sister-in-law. It's reasonable for me to go. No. Why should you go? Why should you? The 3 leaders, 2 men and 1 woman, were eyeing each other covetously. They almost wanted to fight their own people first. His eyes were filled with great interest. This kind of tiger pretending to be a pig to eat a puppy was really interesting. As for Team 5, their goal was even simpler. They chose 2 disciples to prepare for the nascent soul and cloud transformation competitions. As for the rest, that it was a competition between the 3 team leaders. I'll go. You can't. You'll ruin everything. Let me do it. Brothers, I've been holding back for so many years. Let me do it once. Let me feel good. Everyone was very interested in the drama of a tiger pretending to be a pig and eating a puppy, and their interest was exceptionally high. Sua Xiao Duo inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but shiver as he muttered, "Swollen, I feel. Why do I feel like something is wrong today? Didn't King of Zhongyuan leave? It's time to return to normal mode. Why are there still such abnormalities?" It was an inexplicable feeling of guilt and cowardice that came from an unknown source. To Sua Xiao Duo, this was his first time experiencing something like this ever since he had stepped into the Tao. He felt like a pink puppy with only baby teeth that was suddenly surrounded by a group of adult tigers that, although the tigers wouldn't really eat him, everyone wanted to toy with him and trample on him. It was true. Naturally, this feeling was extremely terrible. Something is indeed wrong. Li Changlong's mind was spinning quickly. He said, the truth of the previous 10 battles was clear. They were all targeted at the king of Zhongyuan. Just now, the atmosphere on the stage was unprecedentedly tense. But then, the king of Zhongyuan suddenly left. This proves that this matter has come to an end. Sua Xiaoduo nodded. You mean that the ultimate goal of the three great commanders is actually the king of Zhongyuan? Then, once the king of Zhongyuan left, the three great commanders' established goal has actually been achieved. Li Chenglong nodded affirmatively and said, that's right. From what I can see, the three commanders' attitudes have suddenly become much more relaxed. They even seem a bit bored. I think the three commanders should have nothing else to do. That's why they are like this. In other words, the segment that belongs to them has ended. I don't think so. Gao Qiao interrupted. Although the three great commanders' expressions are relaxed, there is a look of anticipation between their brows. There should be something else that is enough to attract their attention. It's just that this matter itself isn't very important. It's not essential to the three great commanders. But if there is something, the three great commanders would be happy to see it happen. But what exactly is it? This is very troublesome to think about. Li Chenglong touched his chin. The great commanders are most excited about military affairs. But for now, I really don't have a clue. I can't think of what it could be. The people who fought in the battle just now all belong to the second team. The implication is clearly solving the internal problems of the astral souls continent has nothing to do with the other two continents. Of course, the other two teams won't be arranged to fight. Gao Qiao said, but there is another puzzle. If our guess is right, this is after all a family scandal. Why do the Umno Alliance and the Dao League have to stand aside and become a laughingstock? She looked at Li Chenglong. Her eyes were full of anticipation. Li Chenglong couldn't help but feel annoyed. This little girl has shown her sincerity the last time. She's trying to test me again and again. Her intention can be said to be sinister. She's obviously hoping that I can't answer her question, so that she can answer it and show that she has a better foresight than me. She was so disgusting. So annoying. Li Chenglong said unhappily, are you stupid? Letting them see this is to let them understand that the king of Zhongyuan's schemes have been exposed. He has been targeted. His power is gone. So, if you want to cause trouble, don't look for him. It's useless. If you force him, it'll only be in vain. This is a double solution. On the one hand, it will eliminate the possibility of these two parties colluding with the king of Zhongyuan. On the other hand, it will completely cut off the possibility of the king of Zhongyuan rising again. Think about it. If these two parties find the king of Zhongyuan and plot something together, there might be a big mess. Now that they know their target, it's just an internal problem. It'll be fine to deal with it quietly. If it really gets out of hand, it'll definitely be a scandal of the royal family. The consequences will be really unimaginable. You still have to ask such a simple question. Can't you figure it out? Gao Qiao curled her lips. Vice Squad Leader Li, you're really smart. I admire you. Li Chenglong snorted and did not say anything. Suddenly, Swollen Man felt a fragrance surround him. A voice that sounded like a smile moved closer to him, but there was a bone-chilling chill in it. You guys are having a good time chatting. Count me in too. Let's discuss it together. It was Xiang Bing who finally could not hold back and squeezed her way over. If she did not come over, this adulterous couple would not stop exchanging glances with each other. She was tall and definitely stood out among the women. She squeezed herself between Li Chenglong and Gao Qiao without holding back. She sat down, stuck her butt out, and forcefully pushed Li Chenglong out. Li Chenglong only felt a great force pushing against him. Caught off guard, he was almost sent flying. He used all his strength to stand still, and he almost fell onto Sua Xiaoduo. He could not help but be dumbfounded. There are no more seats here, and you still want to squeeze over here. Don't you have eyes? Also, you're practically using force, okay? Is there a need for that? But Xiang Bing's face was covered in frost, and Li Chenglong could not figure it out for a period of time. Who made her angry? What's going on? Begging for votes, recommendation, subscription. Also, while you're reading, please give your brothers and sisters comments a like. Let us have a few experts as well, Chapter 676. Li Chenglong stood up angrily and sat on the other side, where Xiang Bing originally sat. He let out a long sigh of relief. He finally got rid of Gao Qiao, this annoying woman. He didn't know why this woman had so many questions. She was like a movie with 100,000 whys by his side. Gao Qiao's beautiful eyes looked at Li Chenglong, who left in a sorry state with a dumbfounded expression. She looked at Xiang Bing, who was smiling warmly at her but had a deep sense of wariness in her eyes. She could not help but laugh out loud. So that's how it is. So interesting. As expected, his real name was wrong, and his nickname was correct. He was indeed the leader of the Iron Cult. He was iron enough and straight enough. That guy who prided himself on being extremely smart actually didn't even notice such an obvious thing. This was really too interesting. Zhou Xiaoduo, who was at the side, rolled his eyes and said slowly, Miss Qiao and Li Chenglong really talk about everything. You two are very congenial. I really envy how you two feel like old friends at first sight. Unlike others, you can live together for a lifetime and still feel like new. Xiang Bing's face became gloomier. Gao Qiao blinked and said knowingly, Vice Squad Leader Li is really a rare good man. Qiao is also very happy to have Vice Squad Leader Li as a confidant. When you have time, I'll invite Vice Squad Leader Li to my house. My mother heard me mention it a few times and has always been curious to meet him. This is a new student who is knowledgeable and is second only to squad leader Xiao Duo. What? Meet your mother. You want to meet her parents? Xiang Bing was furious. Xiang Bing said with a sour face, with Li Chenglong's IQ, this iron cult leader can only find a wife through an arranged marriage. Otherwise, he will probably be alone for the rest of his life. Gao Qiao's beautiful eyes moved and said, I don't think so. With Vice Squad Leader Li's insight and wisdom, how can an ordinary woman enter his eyes? It's better to have nothing than to have something substandard. It's best to not even consider an arranged marriage. With Vice Squad Leader Li's character, wisdom, and cultivation, he will definitely not be alone for the rest of his life. So what if he's an Iron Man? I admire this type of man the most. This type is great. At the very least, he won't be a playboy for the rest of his life. He's reliable. Xiang Bing said angrily, that's because your eyesight is bad. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and said, I think class monitor Zhua is better than Li Chenglong in every aspect. Whether it's his intelligence or his straight personality, he's more suitable for Senior Gao than Li Chenglong. Senior Gao, why don't you consider it? Seeing that she couldn't win against Gao Qiao, this girl actually wanted to divert the trouble away. Gao Qiao smiled sweetly. Class Monitor Zhua is naturally not a hero of the world, but he is really a high mountain that people look up to and difficult to get close to. People like Li Chenglong are the most approachable and congenial. Xiang Bing was furious and bared his teeth. This guy is lazy, greedy, ugly, short, wretched, and afraid of death. He's also an idiot who doesn't understand romance. His brain is like a block of wood. I can't believe someone likes him. A meaningful smile appeared on Gao Qiao's lips. How do you know it's not because someone else has bad eyesight and can't see the gold hidden in the sand? But this is also good, we don't have to worry about people snatching it. Xiang Bing's lungs were about to explode from Gao Qiao's words, but she couldn't do anything. She could only say angrily, what's wrong with these leaders? If they want to compete, then let's compete. Why are they dragging it out? How did they become such high-ranking officials? She had nowhere to vent her frustration, so she actually vented her anger on the marshals. Gao Qiao tactfully shut her mouth and didn't say anything. Zhou Xiaoduo saw that the fire was already burning and wisely didn't say anything. Xiang Bing was even more furious. What's the meaning of all of you not saying anything? Is it because I'm here? If you think I'm annoying, then I'll leave. Li Chenglong stretched his head over and said, please lower your voice. The leaders are still discussing. Why are you in such a hurry? It's such a big scene. Can't you calm down and be more reserved? Xiang Bing finally found a target to vent her anger. She said angrily, who's talking to you? Scumbag. Li Chenglong was immediately dumbfounded. Scumbag? Was she talking about him? He never thought that he would be associated with this word one day. But even if he wanted to be scumbag, there was no one to be scumbag. Who was he scumbag? However, he couldn't refute this question. He shrunk his neck and didn't say anything. Xiang Bing was even more furious. She said angrily, why aren't you saying anything? Scumbag. Her anger was completely burning. She had been holding it in for almost an entire day. At this moment, it was out of control. It was like a huge oil barrel that was already on fire. The fire was very big. It was about to explode. Li Chenglong saw that Xiang Bing wanted a yard after taking an inch and finally couldn't help but retort, I can see that you're going to fight whoever you can get your hands on. Don't be crazy with me. Who's the scumbag? Don't talk nonsense. Xiang Bing was burning with anger. Scumbag. 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 I'll say that you're a scumbag. Li Chenglong was even angrier. He retorted, that's enough. Who am I scumbag? Scumbag you. This sentence instantly ignited the barrel of gunpowder. It exploded. You actually want to scumbag me? Xiang Bing screamed and pounced over. She grabbed Li Chenglong and gave him a beating. Suddenly, the chairs fell. The scene was chaotic. Many students jumped up and ran to the side. Li Chenglong never thought that Xiang Bing would suddenly go crazy at this time. She actually dared to hit him in such a serious situation. She was so unscrupulous and didn't care about anything. Without any preparation, he was thrown to the ground by Xiang Bing. What followed was a barrage of punches that came like a storm. Li Chenglong was still worried about the consequences and didn't dare to fight back. In an instant, he was punched and kicked countless times. His shoulder was even bitten by Xiang Bing. He was in so much pain that he hissed and cried, let go. Let go. Hiss. Let go. Xiang Bing finally took advantage of him. How could she let go? She bit him hard and didn't let go. Her tears fell down drop by drop. She had been holding it in for the entire match. Since the start of the competition, Gao Qiao had come over. Throughout the whole process, Xiang Bing did not even look at the 10 matches. She had been listening attentively, listening to the movements on this side. The corners of her eyes were like soldering iron. She saw the two of them talking in full swing. Occasionally, they even used telepathy. Obviously, they didn't want others to hear them. Then, she looked at the ambiguous smile on their faces. You guys must be discussing something shameful. It wasn't easy for Xiang Bing to hold it in for so long. She suppressed her anger again and again. Now that they had started fighting, she might as well vent her anger. She beat Li Chenglong until his head was full of bumps. She didn't want to stop. Li Chenglong had been thinking about the big picture. He had been holding it in. However, Xiang Bing didn't want to stop. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He said angrily, "You are so unreasonable. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Immediately, he exerted his strength and flipped over. Then, he pressed Xiang Bing down with ease. With a dong sound, her head hit the hard floor. His large fist was about to smash down. "You're looking for a beating." Just as he was about to punch her, he saw that Xiang Bing's eyes were full of tears. He was stunned. He stopped and asked, "You hit me. Why are you crying?" "I'm not crying. Scumbag." Xiang Bing straightened her back like a mad tiger. She bit Li Chenglong's left cheek again. Her mouth was moaning. She didn't let go. Li Chenglong shouted, "Pull her away. This woman is crazy." At this moment, Wen Xingtian was so angry that his face turned purple. In such a serious occasion, his class, which was full of elites, actually had such a thing happen. Even the few marshals on the stage looked over in surprise. Team 1, Team 2, and Team 5 all turned their heads to watch with great interest, their eyes full of excitement. Clearly, in the eyes of these people, they were already imagining dozens of episodes of a school love story in an instant. "Sua Xiao Duo." Wen Xingtian said angrily, "What are you waiting for?" Sua Xiao Duo was laughing at his misfortune. He was confused when he heard that. "What did I do? If you didn't instigate, would they have fought?" Wen Xingtian saw everything. Seeing that this guy was still pretending to be confused, he wanted to slap him. As the class monitor, you didn't stop it immediately. Instead, you added fuel to the fire. What are you looking at? Hurry up and pull them away. Do you think I don't teach you enough? Ahem. Sua Xiao Duo defended himself. I didn't instigate anything. I just wanted to accuse them. At the same time, he and Xiang Chong moved to separate the two. Li Chenglong, who was beaten up, was covered in dirt and looked confused. He didn't know why he was suddenly beaten up. Xiang Bing, who was beating him up, cried silently, as if she had been wrong. Wen Xingtian looked at Li Chenglong with disappointment and said angrily, "Hurry up and pacify her." Li Chenglong cried out in grievance. "Teacher Wen, you can't judge a person. I'm the one who was beaten up. What happened to equality between men and women?" Wen Xingtian's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "Fuck, you're the leader of the Iron God sect. I didn't call you wrong at all. Since such a long time ago, who in Class 1 didn't know that Xiang Bing was interested in Li Chenglong? Even when Xingtian saw it and understood everything. However, Li Chenglong was the only one who didn't feel anything even though his body was as tough as steel. He greeted Xiang Bing's face with his fists every day. During this period of time, when Xingtian had been watching Sua Xiao Duo, this bad egg, constantly instigate things. Today, he said that Yu Yan seemed to like Li Chenglong. Now that both of them were not around, they probably went on a date. Then, Xiang Bing went to fight with Li Chenglong. Tomorrow, he instigated that Jin Piao looked at Li Chenglong strangely and showed signs of falling in love. Then, Xiang Bing rushed to fight with Li Chenglong. Then, Sua Xiao Duo secretly hid at the side and watched the show, jumping with joy. Wen Xingtian already had a headache over this bad behavior. A cheap bitch, a silly bitch, and a silly girl who loved to say things in her heart. Why did I teach such a group of students? Not only Sua Xiao Duo, but even Meng Zhongjun and the others were well aware of this matter. However, each of them held back and didn't tell Li Chenglong about it. Every time Xiang Bing went to fight with Li Chenglong with a heart full of depression, everyone would just follow behind and watch the fun. Once, the two of them fought in class. As a result, everyone in the class, both men and women, quietly crowded at the window and peeked at what kind of a group was this. Chapter 677. The students of Class 1 had been infected with Swaxiaodua's despicable temperament. Every one of them took pleasure in other people's misfortune and enjoyed watching a good show. Especially after every time Li Chenglong was beaten up, he would have a depressed and confused look on his face. It was simply the source of joy for the entire class during this period of time. Although Wen Xingtian wanted to laugh every time he saw Li Chenglong's confused face, he had also secretly joined in the fun many times, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. But at what time was it now? The top officials of the continent were all watching. Go and comfort her. Wen Xingtian glared at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong's mind was filled with wisdom. He walked in front of Xiang Bing, feeling wronged. Don't cry. Xiang Bing turned around and ignored him, continuing to cry. I'll beat you to death if you cry again. Li Chenglong coaxed. Everyone almost fainted. They had never heard of coaxing someone like this before. Xiang Bing stopped crying immediately. She raised her head fiercely and bared her teeth. Don't you dare. Li Chenglong turned his head. I've coaxed her. Swaxiaoduo fell on his chair and started twitching. Wen Xingtian's expression was also strange. He finally sighed and waved his hand, indicating for everyone to sit down. I'll give it to you. Everyone has their own fate. Let's leave it to the heavens and go with the flow. Over there. What's going on? Marshal Dongfang asked with interest, his eyes solemn. Just now, he had thought that it was a fight between students and did not pay much attention to it. He had only casually glanced over, but with this glance, he instantly felt that something was different. It was unusually different. Because the luck over there was skyrocketing. It was so terrifying that it could even create a hole in the clear sky. Marshal Dongfang was one of the few qi-gazing experts in the world. He was almost the #1 person in the astral souls. With this glance, he was so shocked that he almost cried out. He had never seen such dense luck before. Who are these people? Compared to this enormous destiny, Xiao Junyi, who had lost her life, and the aura of the crown princess, who had almost achieved great things, were practically nothing. How could General Dongfang not be moved by such a shocking discovery? That was why he asked this question. It sounded very casual, but General Dongfang already had a plan in mind. On the stage, Yi Chongqing and the others were drawing up a list of participants. Meanwhile, teams 1, 2, and 5 were also drawing up a list of participants. Hearing this, Yi Chongqing did not understand Commander Dongfang's real intention at all. He coughed awkwardly and said, "This is just a quarrel between children. It has nothing to do with the general." Regarding this matter, Yi Chongqing was naturally well aware. Xiang Guangren was the vice principal. He had already sighed in the office more than once, saying that his granddaughter had taken a fancy to a blockhead who would not understand even if he was beaten to death. It was really unfortunate for the family, but there was nothing he could do about it. However, every time he said this, Yi Chongqing and the others clearly saw that the old man's face was full of pride. This old man was simply showing off that his granddaughter was already taken, and that she had a good match. Therefore, as time passed, Yi Chongqing and the others were known by everyone. Moreover, the reason was basically because of Swaxiaodua's instigation. Everyone was well aware of this. They all felt powerless to complain in their hearts. With Swaxiaoduo, this little bitch, causing trouble in the school every day, there would be chaos every day. However, to be honest, the Hidden Dragon High School had not been as lively as this year for a very, very long time. The frequency of people fighting over tables every day was at least 100 times more than in previous years. There were people breaking arms and legs basically every day. However, one thing was undeniable. Although the atmosphere was foul, when it came to the individual strength of the entire school's students, it was as if they were being whipped by a whip, and their progress was very fast. It had far exceeded the progress of the same period in previous years, and it was even several times more. Such a change spurred the senior students to train as if their lives were at stake. If Swiss Xiao Duo defeated the 4th grade Class 1, and even defeated the entire Hidden Dragon High School, wouldn't everyone be embarrassed to the extreme? Now that Commander Dongfang asked, Yi Changqing could only play dumb and hope that he could fool him. Commander Dongfang was obviously not satisfied with Yi Changqing's answer. He asked, "What's the name of that student?" Yi Changqing coughed and said, "That girl is Vice Principal Xiang's great-granddaughter, Xiang Bing." Now, Commander Dongfang, Commander Shimin, and Commander Beigong were all interested. Of course, they were not interested in Xiang Bing. The three of them were smart people, and they all understood what Yi Changqing was implying. It seemed like he did not want to say the boy's name. Why was he not saying it? The three commanders were not only smart people, but also experienced in the martial arts world. How could they be fooled by Yi Changqing? Commander Shimin and Commander Beigong were even more cunning. They remembered that Dongfang Jingyang was an expert in aura observation, and now he was specifically asking about that matter. This old man must have found something unusual. Now, with Yi Changqing's hesitation, the two of them were even more certain. Hence, Commander Shimin continued to ask, "What about that boy? What's his name?" Cough cough, "That boy, his name is Li Chenglong." Yi Changqing braced himself. He did not forget that because of this generation's military advisor, the commanders in front of him had all called him before that he wanted to fool them, but in the end, he was still interrogated. Hearing this name, Commander Dongfang's heart was filled with hatred. Why did I ask just now? Why couldn't I ask him alone later? Now. Look at Shimin Lai and Beigong Hao, these two old men's eyes are as bright as light bulbs. Beigong Hao's eyes widened. That's the freshman who was praised by the generation's military advisor? Shimin Lai nodded as well. No wonder there are beauties fighting for him. He is indeed a dragon among men. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. At the same time, they looked at Commander Dongfang, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. This old man, he wanted to take everything for himself. Haha. Are you crazy, old man? At this moment, Department Head Li, who was standing on the stage, spoke again. The new battle list for the Hidden Dragon High School has been drawn up. Now, it will be a battle between students of the Inner Core Realm. And, the rules of the competition are... Head Ding cleared his throat. In the arena, don't go too far. Victory or defeat is decided by a smile. Friendship comes first. Cough cough cough. On and off the stage, the sound of coughing could be heard, rising and falling in an endless stream, lasting for a long time. Head Ding stood on the stage and couldn't help but blush. Luckily, after so many years of being an official, his skin had become as thick as a city wall. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold it in. Just now, he said, fighting in the arena is the same as fighting on the battlefield. Weapons have no eyes, life and death is your own responsibility. Now, it had become victory or defeat is decided by a smile. Friendship comes first. This turn was a little too big. The Hidden Dragon High School students on the field also widened their eyes. They had truly witnessed the shamelessness of these old foxes. So, it was really like this. Words were just two layers of skin. How one said it depended on how thick one's skin was. If one's skin was thick enough, then they could say whatever they wanted without changing their expression. Hidden Dragon High School, Origin Core State, 3 students participating, Zhua Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong. Below the stage. Team 2, Team 5, me. I'm at the Origin Core State. I'm also at the Origin Core State. I'm at the Origin Core State. My battle strength is the weakest. Me too. Don't fight. I'm a true Origin Core State cultivator. On the stage, the 3 commanders and a department head who knew the identities of these fellows were speechless. What was wrong with these fellows? Why were they so enthusiastic? Was a mere Origin Core State cultivator's battle worthy of their interest? Any one of them could defeat a Hidden Dragon High School student with just a breath of air. They were actually interested in a battle of this level. Is he crazy? The results of the draw: Team 1, Biyun Xiao. Team 2, Yu Xiaoyu. Team 5, Bing Xiaobing. Department Head Ding's voice suddenly became strange. He almost lost control of himself. He knew the identities of these people. When he read out their names, he had an inexplicable urge to bang his head against the wall. What kind of disgusting taste was this? That Biyun Xiao of the first team was a true peak Origin Core State cultivator. Team 2's Yu Xiaoyu and Team 5's Bing Xiaobing. The 2 of you were too much of a bully. To disguise yourselves and fight with an Origin Core State cultivator. If you're so capable, why don't you ascend to the heavens? Department Head Ding felt that he really couldn't watch anymore. However, there was still a draw for the opponents, and Department Head Ding had to preside over it. 3 names against 3 names. Department Head Ding was in charge of drawing the lots. Just as he stretched out his hand, he saw the 6 lots move for some reason. Then, with a slight explosion, the 6 lots turned into powder. Department Head Ding stood there in a daze. His face was slightly pale. With his cultivation, he naturally knew what was going on, so his first reaction was to turn around and leave. What exactly did you guys want? Just a little more and I would have been torn apart. Below the stage, Yu Xiaoyu and Bing Xiaobing looked at each other with killing intent. Both of them wanted to draw a certain person. Just now, they had already secretly exchanged blows. Even though they had tried their best to control themselves, both of them had used all their strength. The lots that bore the brunt of their attacks were instantly destroyed, and Department Head Ding was almost torn apart. No one is allowed to attack. Yu Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and transmitted her voice. You cheated first. Bing Xiaobing said. How did you guys know? Yu Xiaoyu said. Humph. Why do you care? Bing Xiaobing said. If you draw a lot, you have to have some points. Yu Xiaoyu said. I know better than you. Bing Xiaobing said. Yu Xiaoyu snorted. She was still a little worried. How did the Umno Alliance find out? On our side, only the couple in front of us, Nanjing Qian, Wu Taijiang, myself and my father know about it. In total, there are only 6 people who know about it. Even Dongfang and the others don't know the truth. But this Bing Xiaobing. Bing Xiaobing and the other 2 seem to know too. Then who was the one who leaked the news? Yu Xiaoyu's heart was in turmoil. Chapter 678. On the other side. A telepathic message came. What's going on? They seem to know too. How did they know? Yu Dongtian, can't you be more reliable? How can you tell such a secret to everyone? The king of Zhuolu was anxious. If his identity was exposed, who would be able to bear the consequences if something happened? Yu Xiaoyu said, how would I know? Anyway, It wasn't me who said it. Maybe it was Nanjing Qian. Yes, it should be Nanjing Qian. When will you change your bad habit of pushing the blame? The king of Swolu was so angry that he couldn't speak clearly. This was too serious. If the 3 grand shamans of the Umno Alliance knew, wouldn't that mean that all the higher-ups knew? All the higher-ups knew, but most of the higher-ups on his side didn't. How could he guarantee little brother's safety? What if something really happened that the king of Swolu didn't dare to think about it anymore? He sent a telepathic message to Yu Xiaoyu. Investigate thoroughly. Yu Xiaoyu said, anyway, it was either Nanjing Qian or Wu Taijiang who spread the news. These 2 are the only suspects. Of course, it could also be you. Maybe you coveted uncle's was assets. Fuck you. The king of Swolu exploded. There were only a few people who knew about it. Other than you, everyone else was a suspect. You were the only one who was innocent. Also, not only did you try to push the blame, you even tried to slander others. A dog's bite was really deep. 6 new lots were made. Department head Ding was trembling with fear when he drew the lots. He was sweating profusely. As the saying went, the more you knew, the more inferior you felt. Minister Ding knew what happened when he drew the lots. He didn't know what had happened to those 2 people. They suddenly exploded with power right in front of him. Others might not know how powerful this technique was, but Minister Ding was well aware of it. At that moment, even space had been shattered in front of him. Fuck you. Just a tiny bit more, and I would have been smashed into smithereens. Now you want me to draw the lots again. You're not the ones who are going to be crushed, are you? Department head Ding tried his best to stop his legs from trembling. He mustered his courage and stretched out his hand to pull. There's no movement. The fact that there was no movement was a blessing. It was a blessing from heaven. Department head Ding quietly wiped his sweat and said, the drawing of lots for the first battle has been completed. First battle, Li Chenglong against Buyun Shao. Li Chenglong stood up. Sua Xiao Duo patted him on the shoulder. Remember. Li Chenglong swept away his previous gloomy look and became confident. I remember. He rubbed his face and walked out. Behind him, Xiang Bing said nervously, Li Chenglong, you have to be careful. Li Chenglong turned around, and there was a clear bite mark on the left side of his face. He grinned. I won't lose. Then he walked out. His martial arts suit was whiter than snow, and his long sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He was like an immortal. As he walked out, Li Chenglong's temperament became more and more restrained with every step he took. When he reached the arena, he had completely changed into a refined and gentle gentleman. Swollen had gone through a lot of tempering and cultivation. His image was no longer as swollen as before. At most, he would only have the appearance of swollen after sparring with Sua Xiao Duo. The rest of his life was mediocre and there was no way for him to be swollen. The current Li Chenglong had a fair complexion and bright eyes. Although he couldn't be considered very handsome, his entire body exuded a calm aura. The first impression that people had of him was that he was gentle, elegant, graceful, and had a card up his sleeve. There was a phrase that could describe the current Li Chenglong, modest gentleman, gentle as jade. Of course, if there was no bite mark on his face. Cough, that would be even better. On the opposite side, Li Chenglong's opponent, Buyun Shao, was already standing on the arena. As a true junior, although Buyun Shao was usually very arrogant and looked down on others, he did not dare to be impudent right now. Li Chenglong's body floated up. His entire person was like a gust of wind as he floated onto the arena. First he bowed to the 3 commanders, then he bowed to Minister Ding. His movements were very smooth, and there was an indescribable calmness. there was also an indescribable gentleness. I am Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong bowed to his opponent and smiled. Brother Bu, it is an honor to meet you today. Bu Yunxiao was taken aback. Hello. It was the first time that Bu Yunxiao had met someone who was full of classical Chinese. For Bu Yunxiao, he was not used to it. But the other person's smile was very friendly. There was a feeling of being bathed in the spring breeze. Brother Bu has come from afar. The journey is dusty, the mountains are thousands of miles, and there are many dangers. Li Chenglong slowly said, now that you have come to Hidden Dragon, I have not yet done my duty as a host, and there will be a battle. Brother Bu, how about you rest for a while? His voice was slow, like a lullaby. Although he had deepened his cultured and refined, scholarly general temperament, it still made everyone frown when they heard him. Was this little brat crazy? Why was he speaking so eloquently on the arena? Bu Yunxiao gave a dry laugh and said, no need. Since you and I are destined to fight, why don't we end it early? He had been influenced by Li Chenglong and had unknowingly become more refined. Moreover, he was very careful with his words. Li Chenglong gave a gentle smile. The teeth mark on the left side of his face trembled. He said elegantly, since it is like this. Brother Bu, please show me your heroic bearing. Let little brother admire Brother Bu's great skills. Bu Yunxiao looked at the teeth mark on the other's face. He could not help but tremble his left face. He said, please. Li Chenglong said elegantly, Brother Bu, what weapon do you use? Bu Yunxiao was taken aback. I use a sword. Li Chenglong said, what a coincidence. Little brother also uses a sword. Finished speaking. Li Chenglong turned his wrist. With a clang, the sealed dragon sword came out of its sheath. A cold light flashed. This was Li Chenglong's first battle after obtaining the sealed dragon sword. Li Chenglong looked at the sword as if he was looking at his dream lover. He gently stroked it and gently said, Brother Bu, this sword of mine is 3 feet and 3 inches long. It is made from the cold iron of the bottom of the sea, the soul of a meteorite, and the soul of a star's steel. This sword is called the sealed dragon sword. It weighs 17 pounds and can cut through iron like mud. It can be said to be one of the best weapons in the world. Bu Yunxiao's heart became more and more confused. Could it be that when coming to the Hidden Dragon High Martial competition, one had to follow these rules? But right now, he was in someone else's territory. Even if he boasted that he was a dragon that crossed the river, he still had to give way to the local snake. While thinking, he drew his sword out of its scabbard and held it horizontally. He imitated Li Chenglong and said, Brother Li, the sword in my hand is 1 meter long. It's made from. The name of the sword is Starlight. It weighs 13.5 pounds. It can cut gold and jade. It's also one of the sharpest weapons in the world. It's rare. Li Chenglong's face was filled with sincere appreciation. Good sword. Bu Yunxiao could only follow and said with a serious face, it is a good sword. Below the stage, countless students were confused. Even the leaders of the first, second, and fifth teams did not know what was going on. What the hell was this brat singing on stage? How could it be so awkward? Goosebumps were rising all over his body. The difference in reaction was that the leader of the first team sighed. The commander of the 3 armies on stage showed a look of appreciation. This Li Chenglong is really sinister. As soon as he came up, he spoke softly and brought Bu Yunxiao into his own rhythm. Moreover, he came prepared. He accumulated his own aura to gain the upper hand. Bu Yunxiao obviously did not have this kind of preparation. Subconsciously, he was led by Li Chenglong. His heart is impetuous, and his expression is overflowing. He is indeed sinister and scheming. No wonder he is the military advisor of a generation. Not bad, not bad. This brat is really sinister. Little sinister bastard. Li Chenglong definitely would not have thought that the method he used to create his own appearance was to carry out the established plan. He wanted to create a gentle and elegant image. The result was that the military advisor of a generation had already been memorized by the three commanders. They judged this natural performance as a premeditated sinister move. It was really a pity. Please. Please. Li Chenglong took the lead and retreated. He held his sword and saluted. Bu Yunxiao followed suit and saluted with his sword. Immediately, two cold lights soared into the sky. The two had already begun to fight. As soon as they made their move, it was an extreme confrontation. They used all their strength. In just a moment, no one could see the figures on the stage. Only two cold lights could be seen rolling on the stage, intertwining with each other. Seeing the confrontation continue, Xiang Bing held her breath. She nervously looked at the stage. But in her heart, she was regretting that she had quarreled with Li Chenglong. This time, her image that was originally not so good was ruined by herself. And Li Chenglong's image that was originally not so good was also ruined by herself. She did not know whether or not what had just happened would affect his state of mind. Would it affect his performance? Judgment? For a moment, her heart was in a mess. Sui Xiaoduo on the side did not add insult to injury. He comforted her, "Don't worry, Li Chenglong will definitely win." Xiang Bing opened her eyes wide, saying, "Really?" "Yes, it's true." Sui Xiaoduo sighed, "When Swollen wins, there will definitely be more girls who like him. Last night, Li Chenglong was still discussing with me who was more good-looking. Sigh, he even said that he was the Iron Order's leader. Who doesn't know how fickle his heart is?" Xiang Bing bit her plump lips and looked at Sui Xiaoduo with hatred. "Sigh, we should really discipline him. Li Chenglong is really too much. He probably knows more girls than I have ever seen." Sui Xiaoduo shook his head and sighed. When Xingtian flew over and forcefully twisted Sui Xiaoduo's ear. He lifted his body up by 2 centimeters and then put him down. Then, he stared at him. Sui Xiaoduo was angry but did not dare to say anything. He quickly changed his tone, "But Swollen is just a flirtatious mouth. His heart is very loyal. Last time, I dreamed that he was called Ice Egg." Xiang Bing's eyes lit up and her face turned red. "Really? I heard it with my own ears." Sui Xiaoduo pretended to be serious. "We live together, but we don't sleep on the same bed. Why would I lie to you?" Xiang Bing blushed. "I don't believe you. If you don't sleep together, how would you know what he said in his sleep?" Chapter 679. Sui Xiaoduo was stunned. "Sister, you are focusing on the wrong thing. Are you saying that we should sleep together?" Sui Xiaoduo said, "If you don't believe me, you can sleep with him tonight. You can go and see for yourself." Xiang Bingfei blushed and turned her head away, ignoring him. Wen Xingtian sighed as he listened. "Bastard! I want to hit him." On the stage, the battle between the two was getting more and more intense. Li Chenglong had clashed with Bu Yunxiao's sword for more than 10 times. How could he not understand that Bu Yunxiao's foundation was really deep? It was actually on par with his. Judging from his swollen body, Bu Yunxiao was at the inner core level. He was at least a top genius who had suppressed his power 8 or even 9 times. What's more, he was an extreme genius who had suppressed his power 8 times before. Other than having a deep foundation and a high level of cultivation, he also had a lot of experience in fighting. His ability to predict changes in a battle was outstanding. He could be called the best of the best. Li Chenglong knew that he had met a strong opponent, so he could not help but concentrate on fighting. In this battle, both sides were evenly matched in the truest sense. Bu Yunxiao's sword style was grand and majestic, just like a teacher. There was no treachery, only a righteous aura. Li Chenglong was also fighting steadily. The current rhythm was probably in line with the plan he had originally set up. In terms of the battle situation, Li Chenglong had 40% of his offensive power and 60% of his defensive power. His defense was impenetrable. Bu Yunxiao, on the other hand, had used 60% of his offensive power. His attacks were like the Yangtze River or the pouring rain, continuous and unending, each wave higher than the last. The teachers of Hidden Dragon High School, including the principal and the vice principal, were all sweating. Fortunately, Li Chenglong had gone up and not Xiang Chong. If Xiang Chong had gone up, he would have been defeated. Wen Xingtian, Yi Changqing, and the others knew how deep Li Chenglong's foundation was. To put it bluntly, although Li Chenglong was only at the peak of the inner core level, his real combat power was not inferior to the middle level of the nascent soul level, or even the high level of the nascent soul level. After a long time, when he got used to the opponent's level suppression, there was a possibility of him winning. But the opponent, a random teenager from the first team, was actually able to fight so fiercely with Li Chenglong. He even maintained a relatively strong offensive power, which was rare. There are so many geniuses in the world. Could it be that a great era is coming and talents will appear in large numbers? Yi Changqing sighed in his heart. He didn't know that although Hidden Dragon High School was extremely surprised, the first team, which was the Dao League, was so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. This Hidden Dragon High School student was actually so awesome. Bu Yunxiao, the teenager representing the Dao League this time, was not casually sent out. This kid was very talented, and his luck was very strong. He had a lot of fortuitous encounters. For example, he was accidentally looking for herbs and fell into the cave of a Demon King-level star beast. The star beast just happened to be out looking for food, and he actually came back safely. He even brought back the treasure that the star beast hid in the cave. Just this one incident alone was enough to show how extraordinary he was. How strong was his luck? What kind of fortuitous encounter? And indeed, this was not the only fortuitous encounter he had. Bu Yunxiao's elders once commented on this kid, saying, "This kid, if placed in a novel, this kind of encounter would definitely be the main character's template, the main character's treatment." This was simply the heaven and earth's favor, and nature's favor. You say, a person with such an outstanding appearance, with so many fortuitous encounters, could always turn misfortune into fortune. If he wasn't the main character, then what was he? Think about his name, Bu Yunxiao. It was full of artistic conception, temperament, depth, and height, and it was also full of style. This was the name of a main character. It was not inferior to Long Outyan, Zhao Ridi, and so on. It was even more imposing and more humane. Although Bu Yunxiao looked like he was only 17 or 18 years old, he was actually 22 years old. His combat power was based on the physique of a near-perfect astral souls, and he had many fortuitous encounters. He had also been cleansed by the elders of his sect, and he had been trained in many ways. At least in the sect he came from, he could be said to be invincible in the same level. There were also many nascent soul cultivators who had been defeated by him. He had even tied with several transformation cloud cultivators. No matter how one looked at it, he was the peerless genius of the Dao League's younger generation. This time, for the competition of the inner core realm, the leader of the Dao League did not even think about it and directly sent him out. Naturally, he wanted to win this round cleanly, so as not to ruin the prestige of the Dao League. In the heart of the leader of the Dao League, this round would be won in about 10 moves. Before the battle, he had even sent a message. In order to save the opponent's face, he could let the opponent withstand a few more moves. But who would have thought that a student representative casually sent out by the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School could actually fight with Bu Yunxiao until now, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. What made the leader of the Tao League even more shocked was that there seemed to be a funny bite mark on the kid's face. Did this mean something? Someone was fiercer than him. He actually bit him. Up until now, almost 100 moves had passed, but the opponent was still as vigorous as a dragon and ferocious as a tiger, calm and even a little graceful. This was simply like seeing a ghost. What the leader of the Tao League was worried about now was whether Bu Yunxiao had the possibility of being defeated. As long as he thought of the opponent, Li Chenglong, before the start of the battle, all kinds of etiquettes, and the way he led Bu Yunxiao by the nose, the leader of the Tao League faintly felt that something was wrong. Could it be that everything was within the kid's calculations and plans? Could it be that this kid was actually a rare talent in military strategy? How could there be such an all-rounder in the world? At the end of the battle, the sword chi began to fly out with a whoosh. This battle was really not short. Up until now, both of them had used up a lot of their physical strength and energy, and they were gradually unable to control their sword chi from leaking out. At this moment, everyone present was silent. Including Commander Dongfang, Commander Shimin, and even the leaders of the 2nd and 5th teams, those powerful people in disguise, all looked serious, and were especially concerned about this battle. Originally, how could a battle of the primordial core level enter their eyes? But now, the two people in the battle had already surpassed the level of the primordial core level, and they had surpassed it by too much. The most important thing was that these two people were really young, which showed that they were peerless geniuses. And the current situation where the sword chi tore the space, where the sword chi went, the space faintly split, showed that the power of each sword was about to reach the level of the sword chi of the cloud transformation level. Peerless geniuses. Two peerless geniuses. Such peerless geniuses, no matter which one of them was lost, their forces would be heartbroken for a long time. Quite a good seedling. The red-haired man's eyes flickered. Indeed, not bad. Yu Xiaoyu's eyes focused. As for Commander Dongfang and the others, they were even more unable to take their eyes off him. They never thought that Li Chenglong, who was praised as a military strategist, actually had the potential to be a peerless expert. This was really a big surprise. Really good. This Li Chenglong is ours for sure. Commander Shimin murmured. As expected of the future military strategist of the Northern Army. Commander Bai Gonghao's eyes shone. Commander Dongfang smiled faintly and glanced at the two commanders from the corner of his eyes. Two dummies. With your intellect, you want to compete with me. Ha! On the arena, the two sword lights collided and shook. They became more and more crisscrossed and became fiercer and fiercer. They were like two bolts of lightning that suddenly went to the east and then to the west at the same time. They suddenly rushed up to the sky at the same time and then suddenly fell down. The sword lights were bright and dazzling, like the lights of the Lantern Festival, extremely bright. However, sword chi flew out one after another with a long tail. Clearly, these two people's control had reached the limit. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The frequency of the two swords clashing also gradually increased. Zhou Xiaoduo held the sunflower seeds in his hand and calmly ate them one by one. He was one of the few people present who was not worried about this battle. He knew Li Chenglong too well, to the point that even Li Chenglong did not know him as well as he did. Li Chenglong had been controlling the rhythm from the beginning to the end, whether it was the words, the battle, or the confrontation. Until now, this fellow had not used his full strength, while his opponent was already using all his strength. Li Chenglong's most difficult phase was actually at the beginning. He, who had not fought against the Tao League's sword techniques, suddenly encountered the Tao League's most exquisite sword techniques, and it was difficult for him to deal with them. However, even though Li Changlong was in a difficult situation, he still managed to stabilize himself, maintaining the strategy of using defense to attack, and using defense to wait for an opportunity. At this point, he had completely adapted to it. Although his opponent's attack seemed to be as strong as before, it would not last long. The first spurt of energy would weaken the second, and the third spurt of energy would be exhausted. His opponent's attack had already passed the spurt of energy stage, and was currently in a state of exhaustion. Once it reached the third spurt of energy, it would be Li Changlong's time to counterattack. When Xingtian stood with his hands behind his back, with a smile on his face. How could this be? Li Changlong had been under extreme pressure during this period of time. Whether he was fighting against himself, or against Sui Xiao duo, he had always been suppressed, and it was a bitter battle. Li Changlong could at least hold on for more than 10 minutes in such a bitter battle, and his opponent would definitely not be able to continue attacking for such a long time. Now that this guy was just waiting for the right time to ambush them. As expected, as the battle continued, Bu Yunxiao gradually became impatient. Suddenly, with a loud shout, he and his sword turned into a whirlwind. Rolling up from the ground, he soared into the sky. A magnificent sword mountain, sword light flew, like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Spinning, he rushed towards Li Changlong. Li Changlong smiled gently, good sword technique. Looking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and subscriptions. Let's comment and like each other, ha ha ha. Chapter 680. Li Changlong's body movement became even more agile, as if he was floating around like a willow catkin. The sword in his hand was straight as if there was no force at all. The opponent's sword attack was unprecedented, but Li Changlong's sword was affected by the momentum and stuck to the opponent's sword, floating back and forth with the opponent's movement. Even the weight of his whole body was stuck to the opponent's sword, floating along with it. He calmly waited, waiting for Bu Yunxiao to exhaust himself, waiting for him to show a flaw. Even when Bu Yunxiao began to show a flaw, Li Changlong ignored it, as if he did not see it. The opponent's breath was still stable, and the sword attack was not showing any signs of weakening. The so-called flaw was not a flaw, but a trap. Li Changlong was tricked by Sui Xiao duo every day, so he was very familiar with this kind of obvious trap. He did not even look. As time went by, Bu Yunxiao finally could not help but become impatient. Since he was a child, he had always been successful. Even if he encountered any danger, he would turn it into a blessing. At least, he had never met an opponent of the same level that he could not defeat. Even if he faced a nascent soul, he could still win. Even if he faced Hua Yunxiao, he could still fight. He had never encountered this kind of situation before. After a bitter battle of over 1,000 moves, they were actually evenly matched. Moreover, the other party's calm attitude made Bu Yunxiao feel more and more unpleasant to the eye. You are so calm. I will not let you be calm. The long sword danced faster and faster, and his body movement became faster and faster. The starlight sword suddenly began to emit a little starlight. Li Changlong's swordsmanship also changed, and his body movement also changed. He became more cautious and careful. The original 40% attack and 60% defense suddenly became 90% defense and 1% attack. The original counterattack suddenly shrank, and the opponent's sword chi took advantage of the situation, like a storm, mixed with a little starlight that covered the sky, and drowned the space around Li Changlong in one fell swoop. Looking from afar, Bu Yunxiao's sword light was like a huge bright ball of light, complete and round, emitting a dazzling brilliance, as if it had condensed into a substance. Xiang Bing exclaimed. Her eyes were filled with worry, and she seemed ready to make a move. It was obvious that the deaths of 10 people had left a shadow in Xiang Bing's heart. Her eyesight was limited, and she was worried and confused. It was impossible to distinguish the true strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Seeing that Li Chenglong was suddenly in danger, she actually wanted to help him. Even if Minister Ding had said before that only the winner and the loser would be determined, not the life and death, the current scene was too exciting, far more exciting than the previous 10 matches. How could Xiang Bing not have this thought? Sui Xiao Duo threw a pistachio into her mouth and said lazily, "Stop it and eat your pistachio." Swollen is getting more and more sinister. Xiang Bing subconsciously closed her mouth and crushed the pistachio with a crunch. Swollen was clearly waiting for an exhausted enemy, and wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. Sure enough, under the barrage of attacks, Li Chenglong did not move at all. He was like an ancient reef. No matter how the wind blew and the rain hit him, he was still as steady as a mountain. Bu Yunxiao let out a loud shout, and finally released the last breath of true yuan that he had never spat out under any circumstances. This kind of yuan qi was called life-saving true yuan. It was reserved for the last moment to escape. It was also called life yuan qi. But now, Bu Yunxiao had completely activated this last bit of yuan qi. Just for this victory. In a flash, Li Chenglong suddenly felt the pressure increase, almost to the point where he could not breathe. But in his heart, he was finally relieved. The opponent's trump card had been revealed. Bu Yunxiao used up the last bit of his yuan qi, and in one breath, he crazily attacked 300 times. The sound of the two swords clashing rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. With a long roar, Bu Yunxiao brazenly rushed into the sky, revealing his body. Then, with a loud bang, his long sword turned into a thunderbolt that fell from the sky. It crazily struck Li Chenglong's sword light that was protecting him. With a loud bang, waves of qi rolled out in all directions. This was the most intense and extreme collision. It was also Bu Yunxiao's decisive move, and he did not hold back at all. But in this attack, Li Chenglong also withstood it. After this collision, Bu Yunxiao's body used the momentum to bounce back and roll out. After such a long period of non-stop attacks, even if his yuan qi was as vast as the sea, it was extremely dense. But at this moment, it was almost depleted, and he needed to recover his qi. In Bu Yunxiao's view, after this round of fierce attacks, even if it was not enough to completely defeat the opponent, it was enough to make the opponent unable to stabilize his body. And at this time, it was the best time for him to recover his qi. But what Bu Yunxiao did not know was that Li Chenglong had to withstand this kind of pressure 300 to 500 times a day. For him, he had already gotten used to it. At least, he did not think it was strange. Bu Yunxiao's level of attack, for Li Chenglong, was not enough to be called pressure. With this collision, Bu Yunxiao rolled out, and his body quickly retreated, flying away. But, on the other side, with a long roar, the sword light that came from Li Chenglong suddenly increased, and in the moment that Bu Yunxiao retreated, it turned into a shocking flying swan. The sword light condensed into a point, and suddenly exploded in the air. Then, the sword was like a dragon, and its momentum was unstoppable, unprecedentedly violent. Pang! Li Chenglong's sword fiercely chopped down on Bu Yunxiao's starlight sword. Bu Yunxiao was retreating, and he had no place to borrow strength. His dantian was empty, and he was in a state of near exhaustion. He was immediately pushed back 7 meters, and there was almost no gap between them. Li Chenglong once again arrived in front of him, and another sword. Dang dang dang. 7 consecutive wild chops, 7 consecutive chases. The unprecedented sound of explosions did not stop. The last sword fiercely chopped down. Li Chenglong withdrew his sword, and retreated. On the other side, Bu Yunxiao had already rolled out 70 to 80 meters, and fell far below the arena. Li Chenglong's last few attacks were increasingly powerful, and had truly turned Bu Yunxiao into an empty shell. The remaining yuan in his dantian had also been destroyed. Of course, he did not have any strength left, and could only helplessly fall to the ground. He could not reverse his qi and return to the arena before he fell to the ground. His defeat was set, and there was nothing he could do. Li Chenglong confirmed this point, and then withdrew his sword. The moment his feet touched the ground, he had lost this battle, and he was standing outside the arena. But the people with discerning eyes understood that this was only a spar, and not a battle of life and death. If it was a battle of life and death, then the 7 consecutive attacks would have been enough for Li Chenglong to poke thousands of holes in his body. If it was a battle of life and death, then the first sword of the 7 consecutive attacks would not have purposely targeted Bu Yunxiao's Starlight Sword. No matter if it was the throat, the heart, or the forehead, any of the vital points would have been fatal. The leader of the Dao League, Kaof, the captain of the first team, was still in disbelief when Bu Yunxiao's feet touched the ground. He had lost just like that. Why wasn't there a great counterattack? Bu Yunxiao was the son of fate. Shouldn't there be an ultimate counterattack at the end of the road? Why was he so easily defeated? The first battle, Hidden Dragon High Marshal, Li Chenglong wins. Minister Ding solemnly announced. Although it was a fierce battle, Li Chenglong was still cultured and elegant. He held his sword and saluted, "Thank you for letting me win. I am Li Chenglong, a student of Hidden Dragon High Marshal, from Phoenix City's 2nd High School." Yi Chongqing was shocked when he heard this. He suddenly remembered the information he had read. The old principal of Phoenix City's 2nd High School, He Yuanyue, had said before she died, "Children, in the future, if you have any achievements, don't forget Phoenix City's 2nd High School." Li Chenglong was reporting to his old principal. Bu Yunxiao stood there in a daze. The moment his feet touched the ground, he realized that he was already standing outside the arena. He had lost. On the other hand, Chen Shi was still standing towering on the combat arena, and he was still composed and composed. He was practically no different from when they just fought. He could not help but feel angry. He subconsciously said loudly, "Li Chenglong, are you the top student of Hidden Dragon High Marshal?" If this Li Chenglong was the #1 genius of the Hidden Dragon clan, then even if he lost, he would still be able to accept it in his heart. After all, during the entire process of the competition, he had the upper hand more often. Li Chenglong smiled, "Brother Bu, you flatter me. With my insignificant skills, how can I be the top student?" Bu Yunxiao shouted, "I don't believe you." Li Chenglong said with a serious face, "It's true." Bu Yunxiao's expression was palpitating with fear. He looked at Li Chenglong's serious face. Could it be that he was not lying? The leader of the first team said, "Yunxiao, come back. You did not lose this battle unjustly. The opponent's cultivation is deep and his foundation is solid. He is also a rare genius." He sighed in his heart. If Bu Yunxiao had not been tricked and led by the nose, and fell into the opponent's rhythm, this battle might have been dot. But then he smiled bitterly in his heart. The best result would have been to hold on for a few more minutes. Just by looking at the power of Li Chenglong's final counterattack, he knew that the opponent's foundation was not the least bit inferior to Bu Yunxiao's. It might even be better. And in terms of temperament, the opponent was much better than Bu Yunxiao's. No matter how you looked at it, the possibility of Bu Yunxiao winning this battle was not big. Bu Yunxiao was disappointed. He felt that the pride he had for a long time had completely disappeared at this moment. Li Chenglong's victory, the Hidden Dragon High School cheered like thunder. In the previous 10 battles, they had all lost miserably, and they were all killed on the spot. Even though most of the students had already realized that there must be some inside story that they did not know, but losing was still losing. It was an undeniable fact. Now, Li Chenglong had suppressed his opponent, and won in one fell swoop. They could finally let go of the stuffiness in their hearts. The cheers at this moment were particularly enthusiastic. There was a subtle feeling of being oppressed for a long time and finally being the master. Li Chenglong laughed. His body floated up, his white robe fluttering. He flew in the air, and headed towards the seats of the first class. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others who were opposite him could clearly see the clear teeth mark on the face of this pretentious guy. It was shining and eye-catching. Puff! Xiang Bing could not help but laugh. Then her face began to turn red. In the future, when fighting, she could not bite his face. Chapter 681. Then, it was time to draw lots for the second battle. Hidden Dragon Expert, Xiang Chong, Battle, Team 2, Yu Xiaoyu. Xiang Chong, who was tall and sturdy, excitedly carried the halberd on his shoulder and walked out of the crowd like an iron tower. He looked majestic and powerful, seeming to be even more powerful than Li Chenglong. Opposite, Yu Xiaoyu's interest was waning. Damn it! How did I end up with this guy? What the fuck that I don't want to go up? The three captains of Team 5 shouted at the same time, Yu Xiaoyu, you go up. Damn it! Yu Xiaoyu stretched her long legs and said telepathically, you're Yu Xiaoyu, you go up. Behind her, someone said in shock, Boss, I'm Tai Xiaonyo. I just signed up as Tai Xiaonyo. Amidst the laughter of several people, Yu Xiaoyu stood up with a grimace and walked onto the stage with a miserable expression. I've lost a lot of face today. Today, he had lost so much face that it had reached a whole new level that I've lost a lot of face. On the other side, how could Xiang Chong know the true identity of the other party? With a schwa sound, the halberd in his hand danced, creating a beautiful flower. His voice was as loud as a bell. Hidden Dragon Marshal Xiang Chong. Please enlighten me. Come on. Yu Xiaoyu rushed up. This was really enlightening. Roar. Come on. Xiang Chong was awe-inspiring. Brandishing his overlord halberd, he looked like a lofty mountain. However, before he could use his overlord halberd, Yu Xiaoyu had already closed in on him in a daze. He didn't know what was going on, but he felt his body suddenly become light, and his burly body flew away like he was riding on clouds. His posture didn't change until he was standing a few dozen meters below the arena. He was still as imposing as before. However, the expression on his face had changed. He was completely dumbfounded. How did I get down? I'm not injured. Xiang Chong scratched his head and looked up at the arena. His heart was full of doubts and disbelief. Did I remember wrongly? I didn't go up. But the arena had already announced the result. Second battle, Team 2, Yu Xiaoyu wins. All the students were dumbfounded as they looked on in disbelief. How did they fight this battle? They didn't understand. Why did Xiang Chong suddenly come down? The fight just now was very exciting. Although the details of the fight could not be seen clearly, the general situation could still be seen clearly. However, how could this fight end just like that? In everyone's impression, they only saw Xiang Chong going up to the stage aggressively and issuing a challenge with a soaring fighting spirit. He stood on the stage with a majestic aura, and then stood below the stage with a majestic aura. What the fuck? Yu Xiaoyu went back with a dark face. She received a hero's welcome from the captains of the second and fifth captains. They all stood up and clapped their hands excitedly, cheering loudly. Ah, ah, ah. We won. Wahahaha, awesome. Yu Xiaoyu's face turned even darker. She felt that her stomach was going to explode in the next moment. She said angrily, let's start the next battle. It's your turn. On the other side, Xiang Chong went back with his face covered in dust. This time, he had lost so inexplicably that even when Xingtian did not know what to make of it. The cultivation level that his opponent had displayed was only at the origin core realm. There was no doubt about this, but how could he have lost so inexplicably? Something is wrong. When Xingtian only had this thought, he was very confident in his student. Even if Xiang Chong had to fight against Sui Duo, it would be hard for him to avoid defeat, but he would not lose so quickly and in such an unbelievable manner. Also, Wen Xingtian didn't believe that in this world, there would be a cultivator at the same level as Sui Duo. On the other hand, Sui Duo's face was filled with caution. He couldn't understand the actions of Xiang Chong's opponent at all. He couldn't see his aura and couldn't see his fate. What the hell was this? So far, the only possibility that he couldn't see his fate was that his opponent's cultivation was too high. But how could a mere origin core realm cultivator do that? As for the fact that he couldn't detect any trace of it with his aura gaze, that was freaking unbelievable. There was actually someone who could hide his fate. Of course, there was always someone better. There were too many experts in this world. There were too many experts that surpassed Sui Duo's knowledge. The heaven, earth, sun, moon, and star realm cultivators were like that. But wouldn't existence at that level be so shameless as to pretend to be a junior and play around with Xiang Chong? This kind of thing was completely incomprehensible. It was beyond his knowledge. Sui Duo naturally didn't know that the other party's real purpose of hiding his identity was to beat him up. Not getting the chance to beat up Sui Duo made Yu Xiaoyu extremely depressed. How could she be in the mood to mess around with Xiang Chong? Naturally, she would end this battle as soon as possible. Third battle. Hidden Dragon High, Sui Duo. Team 5, Bing Xiao Bing. Department head Ding rolled his eyes. Today, they were messing with the Xiao generation. Every one of them was a junior. The names of the contestants from the Hidden Dragon High Martial School were all high-end and impressive. Unfortunately, they had all lost their lives in the hands of the younger generation. Wait, do you think that the more outstanding the name, the less likely it is to win today? Take that Yun Xiao for example. He should have had a main character name. Didn't he also lose? And, in this battle, the contestant from the Hidden Dragon High was Sui Duo. Two juniors actually bumped into each other. Who knew if it would be worth watching? Department head Ding sighed and looked towards the opposite side. This Bing Xiao Bing. Don't you have a conscience for giving him such a name? Over there. Ha 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 ha. With a long laugh, Bing Lil Bing stood up impatiently and walked towards the stage in a hurry. In a flash, he was standing on the stage. Obviously, he had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. Marshal Dongfang and the other two did the same action. They used their fingers to rub their eyebrows. Damn it. I'm convinced. These old things are all shameless now. They really don't have a bottom line anymore. When Xingtian looked at Sui Duo who had already stood up but was still standing at the same spot, his expression was extremely strange. He couldn't help but ask curiously, why are you dawdling? Sui Duo cried miserably, Teacher Wen, can I admit defeat? This, I most likely can't win. I know in my heart. I'll be beaten up if I go up. Admit defeat. Hearing this reply, Wen Xingtian was furious. I was counting on you to give me face. Admit defeat. What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Go quickly. Sui Duo stood up and walked out with a miserable face. I'm dead this time. Damn it, why is there another thing like this? I can't see his aura, I can't see his face. I have experience. I can't beat this kind of existence no matter what. He remembered the strategy he discussed with Li Chenglong. Keep a low profile. Don't be reckless. Stay calm. Damn it. How can I be reckless? What should I do? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. Knowing that you can't win and will be beaten up, you still insist on going up. That's not bravery, it's not courageousness, it's stupidity, it's idiocy. Why can't you understand such a simple principle, Teacher Wen? No, I must make a note of this in my notebook. If I'm beaten up and have mental problems, I must ask for compensation from Teacher Wen. Sua Xiaoduo walked out slowly. On the stage, Bing Xiaobing laughed. Sua Xiaoduo, after so many rounds, only our names have a Xiao in them. We are quite fated. Bing Xiaobing was so excited. I've got him. Ha ha ha. Godson, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your godson. Wahahaha. Sua Xiaoduo was speechless. I didn't want to be fated with an old monster like you who likes to pretend to be young. Whoever wants this fate can have it. I don't care about it. But now, whether he stuck his head out or retracted his head, he would still be stabbed. He might as well end it quickly. Sua Xiaoduo made up his mind. In a flash, he was already on the stage. After all, it's just a friendly match. Yi Chongqing, Lu Yichuan, Qing Gaiying, and the others looked at him with confidence and smiles on their faces. With this brat taking action, he would definitely be able to win this round cleanly. Below, in the second team, the young couple in white and the young man in green, the three of them secretly raised their cultivation. If this bastard dared to attack on the stage, the three of them would immediately attack. However, with the opponent's strength, killing Sua Xiaoduo was just a matter of thought. Would they be able to make it in time? On the stage, General Dongfang and the others had also received the message. They looked at each other and raised their cultivation, ready to fight. Fuck, the situation is on the verge of going out of control. With the three of us holding the line, the situation can still go out of control. What the fuck is this? Bing Xiaobing, is this your real name? Sua Xiaoduo was not in the mood to pretend to be gentle. He didn't know how miserable it would be later. He'd better lower his position and get off the stage later. But this guy in front of him. Why does he feel that his cultivation is similar to mine? He even looks a little weak. There's no evidence that he's a super expert. But the moment Sua Xiaoduo looked at him, he felt from the bottom of his heart that this guy in front of him was like a huge mountain, an unshakable mountain. It was the kind of mountain that reached the ground and reached the sky. It was a magnificent mountain. Yes, I'm Bing Xiaobing, and you're Sua Xiaoduo. Bing Xiaobing shrugged and said happily, I've heard that there's a Sua Xiaoduo in the Hidden Dragon High School. He's handsome, good-tempered, kind, smart, polite, and has amazing talent. His cultivation is also good. I've always wanted to get to know you. Today, I finally get to meet you. Sua Xiaoduo was delighted by the praise, you're flattering me. You really live up to your reputation. Bing Xiaobing said kindly, you're really talented. I like you very much. I'm very happy. Ha ha ha. A string of laughter. He was really happy. Sua Xiaoduo returned the favor and praised, Xiaobing, you're also very good. You're handsome, but your body is a little thin. Remember to eat more meat in the future. You're too thin, just like a girl. It'll be difficult to find a wife in the future. People will think that your kidneys are weak. Bing Xiaobing was speechless. I've been praising you for so long, and this is all you give me. Chapter 682. Below, Yu Xiaoyu from the second team almost spat out the breath he was holding. On the other side, the couple with the surname Lai and the other person laughed out loud. Bing Xiaobing's smile did not diminish. Student Zhua, I really want to be friends with you. How about this, let's exchange contact information. After the battle, I'll treat you to a meal. How about that? Zhua Xiaoduo was even more surprised. He carefully sensed that this kid did not seem to have any hostility or malice. Instead, he felt a sense of sincerity that came from the bottom of his heart. As he thought about it, he said in a low voice, "Okay. My number is..." Bing Xiaobing transmitted a number. Zhua Xiaoduo took out his 99 Astral Souls phone and stood on the stage. He recorded the number and dialed it. "This is my number." Why did you turn off your phone?" Bing Xiaobing coughed and said, "Before the battle, especially when facing a strong opponent, of course I have to turn off my phone." "It's okay, when the battle is over, I'll turn it on and contact you." "Okay." Zhua Xiaoduo said seriously, "Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Zhua Xiaoduo. I am a first-year student of the Hidden Dragon Martial School. I am at the Inner Core Realm. Thanks to the love of my fellow students, they have given me a nickname, Iron Fist Prince. I'm really ashamed." Zhua Xiaoduo said, "I only have a little bit of my own understanding of the fist technique." Bing Xiaobing's mouth twitched. "I'm Bing Xiaobing, an ordinary disciple from a nameless sect. I was lucky enough to reach the Inner Core Realm. Thanks to my classmates' love, they gave me a nickname, Iron Fist Floating on Water." He explained seriously, "It's just that I have some understanding of fist techniques and footwork." Both of them had an "I believe you" expression on their faces. They bowed at the same time. "Please enlighten me. Please enlighten me. Please. Please." On and off the stage, countless people held their foreheads and did not want to speak. Many people even felt that it was worth it to experience such a day in my life. These two guys, one was better at acting than the other. Iron Fist Prince, Iron Fist Floating on Water. What kind of lousy names are these? Who would believe your nonsense? They wouldn't even know how they died. The white-robed young man sighed. Holding back his laughter, he sent a voice transmission to his wife. "I think I saw Master." The girl beside him nodded slightly and replied telepathically, "Such a serious way of talking nonsense is really a result of genetics. It's natural and not something that can be achieved through practice." On the stage, Zhua Xiaoduo saluted and slowly retreated 10 meters. With one foot in front and one foot behind, he stretched out his hands and slowly clenched them into fists. Starting from the tip of his fingers were curled up to the second knuckle. His fingertips could no longer be seen. He said seriously, "When we practice martial arts here, there is an old saying, rolling fist is like rolling a pancake. It is like rolling layer by layer to form a solid core. If his fist was hollow, he would hurt himself instead. If his fist was solid, it would be as heavy as a mountain. Invincible. Opposite." Bing Xiaobing saluted and also retreated 10 meters. He squatted down slightly and put his palms together. His white palms and fingers were put together without any gaps. He said seriously, "When we practice palm techniques, the key is to put your palms together like a knife. Although it is a palm technique, a straight stab is a sword, a diagonal slash is a knife. A frontal attack can be a hammer or an axe. When practiced to the extreme, it can be unstoppable. There is nothing it can't break. Good palm technique. Good fist technique. Please. Please." Zhua Xiaoduo yelled, "Watch my fierce tiger descending the mountain fist." With this yell, his body disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already on top of Bing Xiaobing's head and gave him a kick. On the other side, Bing Xiaobing also jumped out. Watch my fierce tiger descending the mountain fist. Similarly, he used one of his legs to meet it. With a loud boom, the two legs collided with each other without any fanciful tricks. Then, both of them screamed and retreated. You cheated. You lied. All of the onlookers were speechless. The two of them had been bragging about their fists and palms for a long time. When the battle started, they were still shouting about their fists and palms. In the end, they were both using their legs. This level of shamelessness was really the same. Each had their own merits. However, the layman was just there for the show, while the experts were there for the skill. This collision shocked Marshal Dongfang, the captains of Team 2 and Team 5, as well as everyone in the audience. The two legs collided and a huge force was released. Both of their bodies were shaken at the same time. Sui Xiaoduo's body was like a whirlwind that sent him flying 5 steps. On the other hand, Bing Xiaobing was sent flying a full 8 steps. Damn! The young man in white and Yu Xiaoyu blurted out. They looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. Fuck! On the other side, Captain Lai and his wife of the 5th team and the other young man were shocked. Their eyeballs almost flew out. How? How was this possible? In this collision, Bing Xiaobing was at a disadvantage. What the fuck? Did the sun rise from the west? Even if they were merciful, even if they suppressed their cultivation to the limit, this shouldn't happen, right? On the stage, Bing Xiaobing's face was red. Fuck, am I going to embarrass myself today? How could this kid's foundation be so solid? How was this possible? Sui Xiaoduo waved his fists and rushed up again. He shouted, Bing Xiaobing. Watch my earth-shattering fist. Bing Xiaobing was not to be outdone. He shouted, watch my universe palm. Like a whirlwind, a group of figures fell from the sky, and there was another loud bang. It was the legs again. Both of their legs collided fiercely for the second time. On and off the stage, countless people lowered their heads. They really couldn't watch anymore. It was too confusing. One shouted for a fist, the other shouted for a palm, but it was still the legs that collided. If these two guys didn't shout, this battle would be completely normal. It would even be very intense and amazing. However, when they combined it with their mouths, it was extremely uncomfortable to watch. It was more exciting than watching a farce. At this moment, below the stage, Yu Xiaoyu's gaze was completely frozen. If Bing Xiaobing retreated 3 steps in the first collision because he was not prepared and lost face, then this collision would definitely bring him back. Even if he didn't get back his face, he would at least feel a little comforted. This was something that everyone could guess. If they were in his shoes, they would have done the same. However, the result of this collision was still Bing Xiaobing retreating a lot. Compared to the previous collision, he retreated 2 more steps. In this collision, Sui Xiaoduo retreated 4 steps, 1 step less than the previous collision. However, Bing Xiaobing retreated 9 steps. His face was already a little red. Bing Xiaobing felt that he was fucked. This was not according to the script. Fuck, the scriptwriter was done, the director, the props, and the lighting were all in place, but the actor on the other side changed the script, below the stage. Yu Xiaoyu's heart was filled with disbelief. She even thought that there was something wrong with her eyes. She muttered, this little bastard's foundation is actually more solid than the deep ice witch. How did he do it? How? How is this possible? The Heavenly King of the Left and Heavenly King of the Left were also shocked to the point of speechlessness as they knew what was going on. Bing Xiaobing, who was fighting on the stage now, was the Deep Ice Witch, one of the 12 great witches of the Umno Alliance. For super mighty people like them, suppressing one's realm to compete in martial arts was not a matter of fairness. It was an extremely unfair matter. The most direct example was a cloud transformation realm practitioner fighting with an embryonic breathing realm practitioner. He kept saying that he would suppress his own cultivation to the embryonic breathing realm to fight with him in a fair fight. This sentence seemed to have nothing wrong with it, but it was actually full of nonsense. What did he mean by not bullying? Every realm had its own comprehension of that realm. Every year had its own experience. This was a completely different concept. Especially for a super mighty person like the Deep Ice Witch, suppressing his own cultivation to the Origin Elixir realm, how could an ordinary Origin Elixir realm practitioner compare to him? The combat power that he could unleash, without mentioning anything else, would at least surpass the power of the Deep Ice Witch when he was in the Origin Elixir realm. It was even stronger by more than a level, more than twice. Such a super mighty person suppressing his cultivation to fight could be said to be invincible among those of the same realm, but it could also be said to be able to slay the nascent soul transformation realm and destroy the cloud transformation realm. He was definitely an extraordinary existence. Originally, everyone was worried that the Deep Ice Witch would destroy Xiao Duo on a whim. Everyone was very nervous. But now that it seemed like a miracle had happened, the one who was being suppressed was the Ice Deep Witch. The left and right Heavenly King's heart was almost flying. It was even more so for Yu Xiaoyu. After a moment of shock, she rejoiced. That was close. If the Deep Ice Witch had not been luckier than her, she would have been the one fighting Xiao Duo now. She would have been the one making a fool of herself. Deep Ice Witch, you are a good person. No, you should be a good witch. I really have to thank your 8 generations of ancestors. Marshal Dongfang and the rest on the stage also stared with their eyes wide open. Yi Chongqing and the rest of the people from Hidden Dragon High School did not know who was fighting with Xiao Duo, but how could Marshal Dongfang and the rest not know? Everyone had come together from the Starlight Mountain Range. That was the Deep Ice Witch. The Deep Ice Witch, one of the 12 great witches who had dominated the astral souls for countless years. She suppressed her cultivation to fight on the stage and tried to bully others, but she was bullied by a child instead. TSK. This was the biggest news in thousands of years. Super big news. Who is this child? Why is he so powerful? The 3 marshals immediately asked Louis Chuan to check the information. Xiao Duo. 18 years old. The 3 marshals looked at the information in their hands and looked up at the fight on the stage. Everyone was surprised. This is going to be a good show. Everyone's hearts were filled with schadenfreude. Oh, I see Hell Witch, waha, we would love to see you get beaten up. Bang, bang, bang. On the stage, the 2 people circled around like whirlwinds, constantly raising their legs and kicking. Of course, the iron fists and iron palms were also colliding with each other. The Deep Ice Witch was about to collapse. I can't lose face like this. Since I retreated a few steps in a head-on clash, I must get it back in a head-on clash. Otherwise, how am I supposed to continue living? I am a great witch. I have a high status that I can't be beaten up. I came up here to beat people up. Therefore, Bing Xiaobing continued to attack, head-on, and risking his life. Xiao Duo was exactly what he wanted. Fighting head-on. He. I am most afraid of old monsters like you playing tricks with me. Now that you want to compete with me in strength, aren't you falling into my trap? Bing Xiaobing, I like you. Xiao Duo was overjoyed. On one hand, he did his best to retort, and on the other hand, he shouted in high spirits. Chapter 683. Ha, this is what I like. Xiao Duo fought to his heart's content, colliding with each other excitedly. Their bodies collided again and again, making Zhou Xiaoduo feel like he was about to climax. Cool. Too cool. Little guy, you want to play hard with me? You want to collide with my left leg? I'm harder than you. You want to collide with my right leg? I'm harder than you. You want to collide with my middle? Cough, cough, I didn't collide with this one. On the stage, two figures flew about. The two were like two oxen, colliding with each other with a bang, then retreating. Then, they both charged forward at the same time. With a bang, they collided again, retreating again, charging again, and colliding again. The two's legs were like two iron poles, flying up, colliding, flying, colliding, flying. They collided more than 100 times. Fuck. Bing Xiaobing had an impulse to curse. After a series of collisions, Bing Xiaobing was extremely depressed. She realized that she might not be able to win. At least in terms of strength, she was not able to win. This little bastard is simply a freak. He wants to go to the heavens. I can't win. Bing Xiaobing was sure that if it was an Origin Core Realm cultivator who collided with this little bastard, their legs would have been broken. Luckily, she had suppressed her cultivation and her body was sturdy. The only consolation was that he had a solid foundation and rich experience. Every time he was pushed back, his body would sway slightly, and he would be able to neutralize a lot of the impact. But the other party was limited by his age and experience. It was obvious that he had not comprehended such a battle technique. For example, he could make use of the friction between himself and the air while retreating to minimize the damage to himself. And this was something that Zhou Xiaoduo could not comprehend at his current level of cultivation. As for stopping while retreating, turning the friction between her body and the air to create a thrust, there was no need to mention it. Even if she knew such a technique existed, it was not something that an Origin Core Realm cultivator could use. But even so, the little bastard's shocking attacks continued to come crashing down with greater force each time. The dark eye switch was starting to doubt her life. Is there something wrong with the direction of my cultivation? Is there something wrong with my perception? What I've shown now is already the highest level of power that a Primal Core Realm cultivator can display. I've even secretly added something. It could be said that if a martial artist could cultivate to the level that I'm displaying right now in the Inner Core Realm, then he could completely jump realms and fight a transcendent cloud expert head-on. They could even easily defeat ordinary cloud transformation realm cultivators. But now, this kid on the opposite side was simply out of his league, way out of his league. After hundreds of collisions in a row, the deep ice which had to admit in dismay that this guy's foundation was so deep that it was incomprehensible and unimaginable. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoduo, who had met an opponent who could fight him head-on for the first time, was getting more and more excited. He threw punches and kicks at Zhou Xiaoduo, fighting to his heart's content and making his blood boil. Ever since I stepped onto the path of cultivation, there has never been anyone at the same level who could fight me head-on like this. I have to cherish and grasp this opportunity. If I miss this chance, I don't know when I'll be able to encounter it again. I'll smash you to death. The more he fought, the happier Zhou Xiaoduo became. Towards the end of the battle, his aura was rising, and the flaming sun manual was unleashed in an unprecedentedly vigorous manner. Boom! After another collision, Bing Xiaobing was sent flying another 7 meters. And this time, Zhou Xiaoduo's feet did not move at all. The sudden eruption of the flaming sun manual almost caused Bing Xiaobing to fly out of the arena. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, Bing Xiaobing's body strangely floated up into the air. He shouted, "Fist techniques are indeed not bad. Come, let's compete with weapons." As he said that, he took out a transparent weapon. It was a very strange-looking curved blade. Below, Yu Xiaoyu whistled shrilly as she flew up into the sky, echoing through the clouds. Bing Xiaobing's face turned red. How could he not know the meaning of this whistle, you can't beat me with your fists and kicks, so you have to use weapons. You, the Deep Ice Witch, are really too promising. Bing Xiaobing was ashamed, but at the same time, he was furious. He really wanted to shout, "What are you whistling for? If you can do it, then do it. Who doesn't know who you are? I don't want to be so shameful either, but what can I do when I meet a pervert?" He ignored the laughter below. Bing Xiaobing pretended not to hear it and held the blade in his hand tightly. That strange weapon, which seemed to be transparent, was the ice blade. The famous weapon of the Deep Ice Witch, the ice blade. But now, it was not in its original shape. This blade was made from the soul of a million-year-old mysterious ice. When this blade appeared, it was followed by a bone-chilling cold wind. This blade had already merged with the Deep Ice Witch, and could change according to the Deep Ice Witch's thoughts. When the blade appeared, heaven and earth were shocked. The sun and moon lost their light, and the universe lost its color. Visible to the naked eye, the arena was covered with a layer of frost. In the blink of an eye, the frost turned into ice, and the ground was as smooth as a mirror. Cold air blew against his face, chilling him to the bone, and penetrating his heart. At this moment, even Yi Chongqing and the others frowned. This kind of strength, this kind of power. No matter how they looked at it, it did not seem like an inner core cultivator. What kind of old monster was this in disguise? To be able to fight with our geniuses like this and not be at a disadvantage, this old monster is pretty awesome. Yi Chongqing looked at Marshal Dongfang and the others worriedly. When he saw that the three of them did not show any signs of worry, he slowly relaxed. With the appearance of the ice blade, the entire field instantly entered the coldest atmosphere. The coldness quietly attacked everyone. Sua Xiaoduo, who was opposite Bing Xiaobing, suddenly stopped. Seeing such a shocking change, he was not shocked but happy. He laughed loudly. "Bing Xiaobing, this blade is not bad. What is it called?" "This blade is called Cold Blade." The Deep Ice Witch naturally could not say the two words, Ice Blade. Ice Blade was equivalent to Deep Ice. If he said it, wouldn't it be exposing his identity? Cold Blade, not a bad name. What material is it made of? Sua Xiaoduo was obviously very interested. His fiery aura soared into the sky, and the cold air around him turned into a steaming mist, rolling and rising into the air. Bing Xiaobing laughed. "This blade is made from thousands of years of ice spirit essence." "Why?" Student Sua is interested. Sua Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, "Actually, what I want to say is, there is no point in us fighting like this. Why don't we make a bet? Let's bet on the outcome of this battle. What do you think?" Bing Xiaobing almost laughed out loud. "You little brat, you think you can win just because you are stronger than me? What a joke. When I use my ice blade, other than Boss's 1000 spirit hammer, no one can break it. Since you want to bet, there should be something at stake, right?" Bing Xiaobing said with interest. Seeing the ice blade, Sua Xiaoduo first thought of Sua Xiaonian. "If I win, you will give me this ice spirit essence. How about it?" This ice spirit essence was too suitable for Nian Nian Cat. With such a temptation in front of him, Sua Xiaoduo could not help but be tempted. No matter what, he had to get a piece. If not... Humph, humph. No problem. Bing Xiaobing squinted his eyes and said lightly, "But if you lose, what price do you have to pay? What do you have to bet that is comparable to my ice spirit essence? My ice spirit essence is not something ordinary." Below the stage, Yu Xiaoyu let out another whistle that carried a different meaning, soaring into the sky. The meaning was even more obvious. Think about your status as a senior ice witch. If you win against a junior, it would be a joke. Now that you can't win with your fists, you have even taken out the weapon that you have carried with you for countless years. You have already lost face. How can you have the face to ask a junior for a bet? Bing Xiaobing turned a deaf ear. So what if I don't want face? Anyway, I am not the one who suggested this bet. But Sui Xiaoduo did not know the reason. He scratched his head and began to count the things he had. After a while, he said, if I lose, I will give you a Demon King's inner core. How about that? Demon King's inner core? Bing Xiaobing almost laughed out loud. What kind of bullshit is that? Bing Xiaobing smiled and explained, my ice soul is said to be the ice soul essence of thousands of years, but that's just a description. In reality, it's the first batch of ice soul essence that has been turned into ice since the beginning of time. This ice soul essence, whether it's used to make weapons or to merge with weapons, can continuously improve the quality of the weapons. Furthermore, this ice soul essence has its own spirituality. It can communicate with its owner and change its shape at will. What's more, if the weapon wielder also cultivates the ice attribute cultivation method, with the help of the ice spirit, the cultivation speed will be several times faster than normal cultivation state. The ice spirit essence also has a special attribute. I have mentioned before that this ice spirit essence has its own consciousness. It can swallow all the ice attribute essence that it can see to grow and become more powerful. On the other hand, as it continues to swallow the ice attribute essence, it will also provide cultivation conditions for its master. At any time, as long as there is still heaven and earth in this world, the ice spirit essence will not die. Once it recognizes a master, it will be loyal to its master. Even if its master dies, the ice spirit essence will not recognize anyone else as its master. Instead, when its heart is broken, it will turn into ice and sleep forever. He smiled faintly and meaningfully. Sui Xiaoduo's face turned red. Although the other party did not say it clearly, but he could tell that this Demon King's inner core was nothing compared to the ice spirit essence. But this is the most valuable thing I have now. Bing Xiaobing rolled his eyes and said, how about this? Today's battle between the two of us can be considered as a match for each other, and it was especially satisfying. So, I sincerely want to be friends with you. What do you think? Bing Xiaobing smiled mischievously, if you lose, just write a few words for me and sign your name. Please vote. Chapter 684. Just a few words. Sui Xiaoduo was shocked. Could it be that my calligraphy skills have reached such a level that even ghosts and gods would cry? Someone is willing to take out such a rare treasure just to bet on a few words that I casually wrote. He said proudly, no problem. Bing Xiaobing said sinisterly, however, you have to write whatever I want you to write. If you go back on your words, you will be abandoned by both heaven and earth. Sui Xiaoduo thought about it carefully. He felt that the other party's conditions were too lenient. It was as if the other party had other motives and was even willing to use the ice spirit as a bet. The main purpose was to write a few words. However, it was just a few words. What could it be? This was a bet that was raised in front of everyone. What else can you ask me to do that would betray my conscience? Moreover, writing is just writing. It doesn't mean that I have to use what I write to do. What am I afraid of? What am I thinking? Why should I think about what will happen if I lose? I clearly had the upper hand in the fight just now. How can I lose? I will definitely win. Even if this guy takes my words and spreads it around, I am not afraid. Sui Xiaoduo made up his mind. If I lose and his demands are too much, I will change my name immediately after I finish writing. From then on, I will not be called Sui Xiaoduo. I will be called Sui Xiaoyu. Sui Xiaoduo made up his mind. He had to win today. He had to do his best to win. This thing was too important to Nian Mao. It had spirituality and could recognize its master. It could be used to forge weapons or merge with weapons. It could also change according to its master's wishes. This was a strange treasure that he had never heard of before. Moreover, once the ice spirit recognized its master, it would be loyal to him for life. It could even grow on its own. This was one of the best things in the world. If I can't win, I will not be called Sua Xiao Duo. I will be called Sua Xiao Yu. Sua Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick the corner of his mouth. But can you make the decision for such a good thing? Sua Xiaoduo thought about it carefully. He considered the possibility of failure before thinking about victory, and went straight to the core of the problem. If the ice spirit was really as good as the other party said, it should be a divine object. Even if the other party had the item, the teacher behind the other party wouldn't be unaware of the value of this item. If they were to interfere at that time, everything would be in an uncertain state. Naturally, I can make the decision. Bing Xiaobing said proudly, this ice soul does not belong to my sect. I obtained it by chance and it completely belongs to me. When I first discovered it, the two ice souls were in the midst of a fierce battle, each trying to steal the other's spiritual energy to strengthen themselves. I separated the two ice souls that were on the brink of death and collected one of them. However, the other one refused to acknowledge me as its master. Because the ice spirits are also irreconcilable, and it is difficult for them to coexist. As long as one ice soul recognizes a person as its master, that person will never be able to gain the favor of the second ice soul. Bing Xiaobing said, therefore, this item is not very useful to me. Sua Xiaoduo's heart was itching to hear this. Good item, this is really good. This Bing Xiaobing is simply the child of fortune who came to give me a treasure. All right then. Sua Xiaoduo gritted his teeth. I'll bet on it. For the sake of this ice soul, I have to win no matter what. This was a good item that directly affected Nian Nian Cat's lifelong achievement. If he lost, if this guy wanted him to write something unsightly, he could take the initiative to write something like, Sua Xiaoduo is a puppy. That would be enough to humiliate him, right? He would gladly sign it and he wouldn't even have to change his name. It's a deal. It's a deal. Sua Xiaoduo solemnly promised. Below the stage, the Laihua couple and Dan Kong had already gathered together with the left and right heavenly kings. The six of them whispered to each other. Who will win? If it weren't for the battle just now, everyone would think that the Ice Nether Witch would win without any suspense or difficulty. But now, even the Laihua Witch, who knew the Ice Nether Witch's abilities well, had no confidence. Yu Xiaoyu. Ahem, actually Yu Dongtian, also had an ambiguous look on his face at this moment. He had made up his mind and discussed it with the king of Zhuolu. If this little bastard lost because of greed, the Ice Nether Witch would definitely ask him to write something unfavorable to Uncle Zhua. At that time, the two of them would risk their lives to get it back. Sneak attack, assassination, and sneak attack. Anyway, they would use all kinds of methods, no matter what. This note definitely couldn't be taken out. But now, it was really hard to say who would win and who would lose. Just now, Sua Xiaoduo had already gained the upper hand in the fight. This was something that everyone could see with their own eyes. But when it came to weapons, the result was very hard to say. The six peerless masters of the world gathered together, but no one dared to say anything about the result that should have been obvious at a glance. And no one dared to make a judgment. Yu Dongtian rolled his eyes and said, Laihua, the situation has come to this point and can't change much. Why don't we also have a bet? The Laihua Witch blocked his wife with vigilance. First of all, I don't bet on my wife. Pfft. Yu Dongtian almost laughed out loud. What do you want to bet? The Lihua witch's wife was very excited. Last time she lost to the Lihua, she had been looking for a chance to win back. Now, this opportunity was really rare. I bet on Sua Xiao Duo to win. Yu Dongtian said, how about we bet on the profits from the Starlight Mountain Range? The Lihua witch coughed and said, how much do you want to bet? Just 5% of the final profit. Yu Dongtian was not sure, so he could only take out 5% of the final profit that he could make the decision to bet. This time, the Dao Alliance and the three families will divide the space ruins equally. Each family will get 3/3, astral souls will get 3/4 as the landlord. The 1% won't be counted for the time being. It will still be March 3rd. Yu Dongtian said, if Sua Xiao Duo wins in the end, after the distribution is completed, your Alliance can only take away February 8th, and our astral souls can take away March 9th. On the contrary, if Bingming wins, you take away 3/8, and we only keep 2/9 of the final profit. The Lihua witch rolled his eyes, looking at his wife and then at Dan Kong witch. The three of them exchanged glances with each other and reached a consensus in an instant. The Lihua witch said flatly, no. No. Yu Dongtian was stunned. You don't dare to bet on this. Have you lost confidence in Bingminghua witch? This bet is too little. It's boring. The Lihua witch looked arrogant. What's the point of betting 5%? If you want to bet, then bet 10%. If they bet 10% of the final profit at once, the result would be completely different. If one family took 3/3, then 10% would become 2/3, and the family that took more would jump to 4/3. The difference was quite big, almost several times. This time, Yu Dongtian couldn't make the decision. He could make the decision for 5%. If he lost, then so be it. At most, he would leave empty-handed this time. But if he lost 10% of the profit, he was afraid that he would be beaten into a salted fish by Emperor Zhaixing and be hung at the door. So Yu Dongtian transmitted his voice to the king of Zhuolu. Zhuolu, do you want to bet or not? You have the final say. The king of Zhuolu was speechless. You might as well change your name. You will be called the Heavenly King of Shuaigua. Damn it, that if I say I don't want to bet, you will turn around and complain to Master's wife that I don't trust her son. Moreover, if Sua Xiao Duo won in the end and I said I don't want to bet today, Yu Dongtian, this bastard, would blame me for the rest of my life. But the result of the bet might not be good. If I win, everyone will be happy. But Yu Dongtian was the initiator of this bet, so all the extra benefits would be his. The benefits I get are very limited. If I lose, not only will my 5% of the profit go down the drain, but I will also be blamed. Yu Dongtian will even shift the blame, saying that I strongly advocated the bet and so on. This is the result I can imagine. Sigh, this is difficult. Seeing that the king of Zhuolu didn't answer for a long time, Yu Dongtian asked again. Hurry up and make a decision. This matter is waiting for you to stake everything. The king of Zhuolu wanted to curse. Damn it, the longer this bastard lived, the more proficient he became at shifting the blame. He was simply shifting the blame all the time, anytime, anywhere. He started the matter himself, and then pushed the blame to others. Then, it was as if he had nothing to do with it. On the other side, the Inferno witch began to feel proud. Hee, you don't dare to bet, right? I knew you wouldn't dare to bet. Hee. Bet. The king of Zhuolu quickly gritted his teeth and said, fine. You can't go back on your word. The Inferno witch was full of conceit. We, the Alliance, have never done things like going back on our word. But you guys, going back on your word is almost a common occurrence. I am a little worried about betting with you guys, so I have to make a heavenly oath. Let's do it. Yu Dongtian immediately became energized. He agreed first, and then took the lead to make the oath. The king of Zwolu's wife fiercely pinched the king of Zwolu. Why do you always do this kind of thing? Didn't you just swear that you will never do anything with Yu Dongtian in the future? How many days has it been? Your internal injury hasn't healed, and you have already forgotten. The king of Zwolu expressed in an unusually sad manner. I am also very helpless. If Zhuo Xiaoduo lost, this guy would definitely shift the blame to me. I can even imagine what he would say. At that time, I said that the bet was just for fun, but the Inferno which insisted on betting 10%. I didn't dare to make the decision, so I discussed with Zwolu, and Zwolu agreed to bet 10%. Then I bet. Who would have thought that I would lose? Listen, is there anything wrong with this? It's completely the truth, okay? But according to his tone, it wasn't like that at all. Yu Dongtian didn't have any responsibility at all. I, Zwolu, was the scapegoat. But if Zhuo Xiaoduo won, he won an extra 10% of the resources back. Yu Dongtian would definitely say, at that time, I said that I would bet 5%, but the Inferno which insisted on betting 10%. But out of caution, I still discussed with Zwolu first, and then agreed. In the end, I really won. Ha ha ha, great. This was also the truth, a fact that couldn't be refuted at all, right? It was still the kind of words that the king of Zwolu couldn't find any reason to refute even if he wanted to. But this kind of result, at least 80% of the credit was Yu Dongtian. This was Yu Dongtian's art of language. Chapter 685. The heavenly king of the left road, who had been thinking about this matter over and over again, felt a wave of depression in his stomach. I am really unlucky in this life. I know this bastard, but I can't get rid of him. What the fuck? Which incense stick had his ancestors offered to him in the wrong way? I have been tricked since I was young. When I was young, he was the one who caused trouble and I got beaten up. When I grew up, he was the one who caused trouble and I took the blame. Sometimes, I don't even know why I am the one who is the scapegoat. Every time after Master beat me up, he would beat me up again when he heard that I was the one who took the blame. The previous beating was a mistake. You don't remember this beating. But who did I offend? I have been the scapegoat for so many times in my life. The king of Zwolu sighed when he thought about his life. Junior brother, you have to grow up quickly. When you grow up, you can deal with Yu Dongtian. You can partner with Yu Dongtian. You can be the king of Zwolu. I am physically and mentally exhausted. I can't continue anymore. That I don't want to deal with him in this life. Below the stage, the bet was quickly settled. All the odes to the heavenly Tao were completed. Lai Hua and the others sat back down and immediately sent a message to the Ice Hell Witch. Brother, don't lose. We just made a big deal. The Ice Hell Witch on the stage was dumbfounded. I made a bet on the stage, and you guys actually made a bet below the stage. Do you have to join in the fun like this? Damn it, why do I feel like I'm a monkey that's being toyed with? I am jumping on the stage, and you guys are making a bet below. Damn it, that I fought so hard to get this chance to fight, but the result is like this. On and off the stage, the bet was set. Zhuo Xiaoduo slowly stepped back. The battle intent in his eyes rose like never before. How can I not know that this guy is actually a hidden big shot? Do you really think I am stupid? However, you suppressed your cultivation to the level of the inner core realm. Even if you are a big shot, you can forget about winning against me. If it doesn't work, I'll use my trump card. Originally, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not want to use his trump card. If he could not win, he could just admit defeat. It was not shameful. Besides, I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, I am not afraid of being embarrassed. However, Sua Xiaoduo instantly made a decision after learning about the ice soul. This ice soul essence, I must win it. He had to win. He had to win. He couldn't lose. He absolutely could not lose. On the opposite side, the great ice witch who had transformed into Bing Xiaobing also slowly calmed down. Her eyes and heart were full of awe-inspiring fighting spirit. He couldn't lose. This time, he really couldn't lose. If it was just a battle between the two of them, then it wouldn't matter. Anyway, there was no point in keeping the ice soul, and the other members of the No Alliance didn't have a suitable physique to bear it. After so many years, the ice spirit was on the verge of death. Even if it was given to Sua Xiaoduo, it wouldn't matter. In any case, this kid only had the scorching sun physique, so he wouldn't be able to use it. Anyway, he already had an ice soul that had grown to its peak. The rest would be difficult to catch his eye. If he gave it to him, then so be it. But now, the situation had changed. The stakes had also changed. It had become 10% of the final profit of a new space relic. This made the great ice witch's heart tremble. Raging flame, you really dared to play. Last time, you lost your wife, did you forget? You still don't change and still want to gamble. And you still want to gamble with me. Do you know how big this space relic is? I'm not very sure now, but if this space relic is big, very big, then the 10% of the resources inside might be enough to change the situation of the continent. Putting so many things on my shoulders, only you, Raging Flame, can think of this. If I lose it, and lose it to a junior in a head-on fight, then I, the Great Ice Witch, will truly be immortal in the No Alliance from now on. Raging Flame will definitely push the blame to me. This guy might even complain about me, saying that I went easy on him in the battle. That bastard. I can't lose. I can't lose. I'd better think about it first. If I lose, how to push the blame. This kid looks like he's going crazy. The ice soul turned into a scimitar, hissing and trembling in the air. In the space in front of it, ice flowers slowly bloomed one after another. The ice soul had a spirit. Although it was suppressed by the Great Ice Witch, it instinctively felt that this battle was very important. Also, the scorching aura coming from the person opposite him was really annoying. This kind of hot thing was annoying to death. Fight! Fight! The ice soul howled spontaneously, and countless ice flowers formed bit by bit, spiraling and dancing. The layer of ice under their feet became thicker and thicker, harder and harder. The chill also became heavier and heavier as time passed. Even Great Marshal Dongfang and the others began to circulate their energy to resist. On the opposite side, Sua Xiaoduo's body was fiery red, and was not affected by the surrounding cold environment at all. Countless amounts of water vapor evaporated and boiled. For safety's sake, he was still using the first layer of the Flaming Sun Sutra, Great Sun Flaming Sun. He left the second layer as a backup. With a flip of his hand, Sua Xiaoduo pulled out his sword. It was a light and thin sword, but it was like a pool of autumn water in his hand. This sword is called Spiritual Cat. Sua Xiaoduo looked pretentious. It weighs 8 ounces and is as thin as paper. It can cut iron like mud. It's the sharpest weapon in the world. Bing Ming's mouth twitched. I've already introduced my scimitar, and you still have this trick up your sleeve. Besides, it's just an inanimate object. It doesn't even have a spirit. What are you showing off for? But at this moment, he could only say against his will, good sword. Sua Xiaoduo stroked the sword in his hand and sighed. Brother Bing, this sword is my favorite in my life. It's also the essence of my life's cultivation. Bing Ming snorted. Aren't you Iron Fist Prince? How dare this guy call me Brother Bing? Is your seniority enough? Zhuo Xiaoduo was displeased. He said, Brother Bing, you're wrong. A Jianghu name is a Jianghu name. You call yourself Iron Palm, but you fought me with your legs for half a day. Now you take out your scimitar. What do you say? Zhuo Xiaoduo was displeased. He said angrily, you're all sneaky. You specialize in shady business. Tell me, if I believed you just now, wouldn't I have suffered a great loss? That's not fair and square. Humph. Under the stage. The king of Zhuolu sent a message to Yu Dong Tian. This guy's character is as good as yours. It's rare. Yu Dong Tian felt insulted. He couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. He sent a message to the king of Zhuolu. That's the shamelessness of your sex disciples. What does it have to do with me? Ha! The king of Zhuolu turned his head to talk to his wife and ignored the king of Zhuolu. The king of Zhuolu was indignant. He cursed, this is slander. How can I be so shameless? Suddenly, his voice stopped abruptly. The king of Zhuolu was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Zhuolu was stupid. If it were him, he would definitely blackmail him. You said that my master's disciples are shameless. I'm going to tell him. Just you wait. Then, he would ask for whatever he wanted. It would be absolutely successful. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at the king of Zhuolu. He despised him in his heart. This silly guy. He didn't even react when such a good thing came to him. Despise him. The ice nether witch on the stage was obviously shocked by Zhuo Xiaoduo's shameless words. With his identity, even if he had disguised himself, he wouldn't argue with Zhuo Xiaoduo. It was so childish that he would argue with him. After a while, he said in a low voice, let's do it. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said discontentedly, you've just been exposed, and now you're going to fight. Such a person. TSK, TSK, tisk. The ice nether witch was so angry that he laughed. Holding his saber, he thought, I'm not afraid of you stalling for time. My ice spirit has been setting up an ice field. The longer you delay, the more you'll suffer. Finally, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that it was about time. His Flaming Sun Sutra had reached the point of overflowing. He held his sword in one hand and waved it casually. The long sword slashed open a crack in the space and he shouted, come. Under everyone's gazes, a strange scene suddenly appeared on the arena. It was breathtaking and soul-stirring. On the stage, all that could be seen was a silvery white, freezing the world and freezing the space. Only the place where Zhuo Xiaoduo was standing was steaming hot. As Zhuo Xiaoduo exhaled, his whole body suddenly took a step forward. With this step, the first layer of the Flaming Sun Sutra, the Flaming Sun, was unleashed to its limits. It was as if a gigantic sun, emitting boundless heat, had suddenly appeared in a world of ice and snow, majestically emerging. An indescribable unparalleled heat burst out with a loud bang. Extreme cold and extreme heat, two extremely opposite attributes, brazenly collided together. For a moment, a mushroom-like cloud of fog appeared. Like a huge explosion, it surged upwards and rushed to the top of the arena. Then, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and the sound of thunder rumbled incessantly. The battle between the two had actually created an artificial weather phenomenon. After a moment, a magnificent rainbow fell on the stage and did not dissipate for a long time. Under the sunlight, it was extremely dazzling and moving. It was like a dream, mesmerizing the eyes of the people. Countless students exclaimed in surprise. So beautiful. Too beautiful. Under the cover of this rainbow, the two people on the stage, one holding a sword and the other holding a saber, collided together like two whirlwinds. One was like an iceberg tide, the other was like a blazing sun in the sky. As the two continued to fight, the rolling fog continued to grow and rise more and more violently. Gradually, a thick layer of clouds formed above the stage. It was so thick that it could not dissipate in time. As the thick chi shrouded the stage for a long time, it gradually became a spectacle. It was a spectacle that made people gasp in amazement. It was just that tens of meters above the stage, under the clouds, was a curved rainbow. Under the rainbow, the two people went back and forth, each with their own style. Both of them used extremely fast movement techniques. Saber light flashed and sword chi crisscrossed. It was an extreme battle that did not hold back. With the use of weapons, Suoxiaoduo's previous advantages were suddenly not enough. Chapter 686. The icy hell witch was fully focused on the battle. It had been a long time since he was this serious. But now, he really could not afford to lose. Whether it was reputation or resources, the icy hell witch could not afford to lose. He could not afford to be the scapegoat. He still strictly controlled his cultivation to the peak of the inner core realm. He did not dare to go beyond that. At this time, he had to be careful. He could not afford to be caught. Because there was an extremely shameless person below. As long as he used power that exceeded the inner core realm, that person would immediately go up and judge him as the loser. At that time, that person would be able to take away 10% of the Umno Alliance's resources. If that happened, the icy hell witch felt that he might as well buy a piece of tofu and knock his head on it. If he was really defeated, it did not matter. What could he do if he was not strong enough? But if he lost, the icy hell witch felt that he could be kicked around like a shuttlecock by the others for a year. Therefore, this kind of mistake must be avoided. But even at the inner core realm, he and the saber in his hand were still one. There was no barrier between them. I am the saber, and the saber is me. He did not even need to move. Just by controlling it with his spiritual will, the ice saber could move at will and perform the best changes. It could unleash extreme power that others could not unleash. Ice and snow floated in the air. The sky was cold and the ground was frozen. The ice spirit roared back and forth, crazily attacking. Suoxiaoduo on the opposite side, the starlight under his feet was extremely bright. But after a while, he changed his footwork and became invisible. There was no other reason. He had only taken 2 or 3 steps with the starry sky steps before it was broken by this icy hell witch. Moreover, the saber light was chasing after his lower body like maggots. He almost suffered a great loss and was defeated on the spot. Damn, I was scared to death. The Kunlun Taoist sex cultivation method was not good. At this thought, Suoxiaoduo, who was originally itching to move, did not dare to move. If he went out, he would be chopped off. That would be terrible. Suoxiaoduo saw that the situation was not good. He immediately changed to a set of footwork that his father had taught him. According to his father, this kind of footwork was called heterodox sect. The biggest feature of this set of footwork was that every step was out of the ordinary person's expectations. When linked together, it was seamless and there were no flaws to be exploited. This set of footwork could be said to be the most difficult set of secret lightness skills that Father Zhua had given to the siblings. However, after mastering this set of footwork, its great effect was so strong that it made Suoxiaoduo speechless. For example, if Suoxiaoduo were to defeat an opponent, he would need more than 10 moves if he were to go all out. However, if he used this set of footwork together with his weapon, he could kill his opponent in 1 move. Yes, this set of footwork is characterized by the element of surprise and surprise. In a battle, the priority is to kill the enemy. If you force yourself to hold back, it will instead create flaws. Therefore, it should not be used lightly unless it is an important battle. Once he made his move, it would be a fatal blow. Another shortcoming of this set of footwork is that it requires an extremely large amount of spiritual energy to support it. After all, every step of this set of footwork is walking in the void and will never touch the ground. It is reasonable that it requires a large amount of spiritual energy. The saber light flashed, and Suoshao was already enveloped in it. However, Suoshao's body flashed in and out of the saber light with strange and unpredictable footwork. He moved left and right, up and down. His footwork was so strange that it made the ice netherwitch frown. This set of footwork, why does it look so much like that person's footwork? But this kid's cultivation shouldn't be able to master this set of footwork. Bing Xiaobing snorted in his heart. When he fought with that person, he was kicked in the groin and sent flying back after 200 moves. The footwork at that time seemed to be a bit similar to the set that Suoshao was using now. However, once that person's footwork was used, even the space around him would follow his movements. It was beyond time and space. But now, Suoshao was using it. Although the power was a bit weaker, in terms of movement, it seemed to be more perfect. Even a person with a low cultivation like Suoshao could use such an extraordinary footwork. That old bastard still surprises me. I don't know if he spared no effort to change his footwork to a low-level one for his son, or if he improved his footwork to a higher level and further improved his footwork. No matter what the result is, he is a fucking egg. Bing Xiaobing cursed in his heart. Dang, dang, dang. The ice spirit in his hand made a sharp whistling sound, and waves of cold air covered the sky. Annoying guy, I'll freeze you to death. I'll freeze you to death. I'll freeze you to death. But the opponent was like the sun in the sky, standing still. The sword in his hand was rolling like a river. The body heat was endless. Facing the cold attack of the ice spirit, he was indifferent. It was a pity that Suoshao's swordsmanship was gradually restrained by the ice spirit's perfect combination of man and saber. Bit by bit, he was at a disadvantage, and it was getting harder and harder for him to use it. No matter how miraculous, unpredictable the unorthodox footwork was, it still needed to be combined with abundant spiritual power and vital energy to be used. Even though Suoshao's foundation was deep and far superior to that of an ordinary inner core cultivator, there was still a limit. When his vital energy was depleted to a certain extent, it would be difficult for him to maintain his footwork. At that time, he would be defeated. And now, Suoshao's swordsmanship was only ordinary. How could it compare to the ice spirit's ever-changing moves? Below the stage, the left and right heavenly kings, and the marshals on the stage all had ugly expressions. With their eyesight, how could they not see the mystery in it? Was he going to lose? With a long whistle, Suoshao shouted, "Watch my misty spring rain sword." Suddenly, the sword light changed, and a leisurely artistic conception rushed out, instantly changing the aura of the arena. Everyone felt that a misty rain had suddenly appeared on the arena. It was like the drizzle of spring, lingering and faintly discernible, but it was everywhere and everywhere. Unknowingly, it had already refreshed people's hearts. Countless students looked at the misty rain, and their hearts seemed to soften. They thought that this kind of rain was the most suitable for bringing a girlfriend to the quiet river, to the small path of the weeping willows, to walk quietly for a while. The sword light was like raindrops, falling down densely, everywhere. Accompanied by Suoshao's long voice, the rippling light of the water is good, the emptiness of the mountains and the rain is also wonderful. If a spiritual cat is compared to a fairy, it's always appropriate to wear heavy makeup. The voice was ethereal, and it was really pretentious. The people who heard it couldn't help but sigh. This kind of rain, such artistic conception, such a good poem. Really complemented each other. They didn't expect Sua Xiaoduo to be a literary master, a talent, a poet. This kid was actually an all-rounder. This was really too unexpected. Why did the heavens love this kid so much? However, those who were more literate also noticed that the third sentence was slightly weird, and was not on the same level as the other three sentences. It would be better if it could be changed to another sentence. And the ice spirit on the opposite side was almost cursing. Plagiarism. Blatant plagiarism. This was clearly the boss's rain sword. It's fine that you changed the name to Misty Spring Rain Sword, but you even added a poem to it. It seems like you're a master of both poetry and sword, complementing each other. This is blatant plagiarism. Too shameless. And this rain sword, Misty Spring Rain Sword was used, and immediately turned the situation around. However, when Sua Xiaoduo used this sword technique for the second time, one of the moves was broken by Bing Ming. It forcefully broke through the defense and slashed down with unparalleled momentum. Sua Xiaoduo moved again, and with a swishing sound, one of his trousers was cut open by the sword. Fortunately, it didn't hurt his skin. However, the trousers had turned into bell-bottoms, which added a bit of romantic charm. The rain and fog rose again, and the raindrops in the middle were shining, falling in all directions. Once they touched the raindrops, they would disappear, but the shining raindrops were endless. Look at my precious spring rain. Sua Xiaoduo recited, the light rain on the heavenly street is moist, and the color of the grass can be seen from afar, but not near. It is the best spring of the year, and definitely surpasses the willows in the imperial city. What a damn good poem. Bing Xiaobing praised. This was clearly the boss's rain sword. This kid had changed his name and plagiarized it again. Moreover, it was paired with a poem, and it just so happened that it matched so well. It was simply a perfect match, and it couldn't be any more perfect. With this poem and sword technique, even if the boss himself stood out and said that he was the creator of this sword technique, no one would believe him. A poem and a set of swordsmanship were a perfect match for each other. You, the great witch, are too shameless. You actually said that this sword technique was created by you. Write a poem for me to see. Damn it, this kid really worked hard and painstakingly to distance himself from the boss of the flood. It's rare for you to have such literary talent. Fuck your father. Well, this fuck your father made me feel twice as good. The ice spirit witch's heart was filled with hatred, and the speed of her attacks increased again. On the stage, the marshals all had satisfied looks on their faces. Good poem, it's really a good poem. I didn't expect to be able to enjoy watching a martial arts competition. Principal Yi, this Sua Xiaoduo's literary talent is really good. Your school pays attention to both civil and martial arts, and teaches students well. Yi Chongqing was dumbfounded. When did Hidden Dragon High School pay attention to both civil and martial arts? Why didn't I know? And how could Sua Xiaoduo, this bitch, have such literary accomplishments? This didn't match his character, and there was no reason to hide it. The sword technique was naturally a good sword technique. But the biggest disadvantage Sua Xiaoduo didn't expect was that the other party was also very familiar with these techniques. On the stage, Sua Xiaoduo constantly changed his sword technique, and racked his brains to deal with the other party. However, the moment he used his sword technique, it was restrained. His godfather's sword technique was restrained, and the sword technique that he learned from Hidden Dragon High School was restrained. The sword technique of Kunlun Taoism was restrained, and even the sword techniques of his father and mother were easily broken by the other party. The current Bing Xiaobing was like an unshakable mountain, and made people feel that he was unbeatable. He really didn't want to use his trump card. But Chapter 687. Everyone could see that Swishaodua's situation was getting worse and worse. He continuously switched between more than 10 sword styles, from drizzling rain to drizzling rain, all the way to a magnificent sword style that was like a torrential downpour. However, he was still firmly restrained by Bing Xiaobing's ice blade, unable to turn the situation around. Yes, ever since he fell into a disadvantageous position, he hadn't been able to turn the situation around. Instead, his momentum was getting worse and worse. The deep ice witch was extremely rich in combat experience. Few people in the 3 continents could compare to her. At this moment, she was the decisive factor. If it weren't for the fact that Swishaodua's accumulated strength had already surpassed the Deep Ice Witch's understanding of the highest combat power in the Inner Core realm, he would have been defeated long ago. But now, they could only rely on their profound foundation to forcefully endure and endure. Below the stage, Li Chenglong, Gao Qiaoer, and the others were frowning. The situation was not good. All the students of the Hidden Dragon High School held their breaths and watched intently. Everyone felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on their hearts. The combat power that Swishaodua was displaying had far exceeded that of an ordinary cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul transformation realm. Above his head, strange scenes of battle were constantly forming. At this moment, it could be said that among the students of the Hidden Dragon High School, except for the top 10 students of the 4th grade, no one dared to say that they would dare to fight with Swishaoduo. Many of those people were already at the intermediate level of the cloud transformation realm. Some of them were even at the advanced level. But facing the current Swishaoduo, they had no confidence at all. And Swishaodua's powerful strength was actually suppressed by a kid who looked like he was the same age as him. How was this possible? Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian, who boasted that they knew Swishaodua's cultivation progress, felt that something was wrong. How was this possible? They were very clear about Swishaodua's accumulation of strength. If there was a genius in this world who was at the same level as Swishaoduo but could suppress Swishaoduo, the 2 of them wouldn't believe it even if they saw it with their own eyes. This was beyond their imagination. How could he be suppressed by someone at the same level as him? This was completely inconceivable. For a moment, Wen Xingtian had a thought. Could it be that Bing Xiaobing's real age is not as young as he looks? His real cultivation is definitely not at the Inner Core realm. Since he had this thought, he couldn't help but think, could he suppress Swishaoduo with his Inner Core realm? Could he suppress Swishaoduo with his Inner Core realm cultivation? The answer, Wen Xingtian's answer, was no. Then, who was this Bing Xiaobing? Yi Changqing had the same thought as Wen Xingtian. He sent a telepathic message to Department Head Ding. Department Head, this Bing Xiaobing. Who is he? Department Head Ding's face twitched. He replied with a straight face, I don't know. Yi Changqing said angrily, his real cultivation is definitely not at the Inner Core realm. It must be the result of the old monster suppressing his cultivation. He can't win with his fists and legs, but he still wants to bet with weapons. How shameless. Department Head Ding didn't reply. Of course, I know who this Bing Xiaobing is. But even if you dare to say that, I don't dare to. I don't want to die. Do you know how amazing your student, Swishaoduo, is to be able to fight like this? He is a super big shot who has shocked the world for God knows how many years. Even if he suppresses his cultivation, he is still able to kill any Yun realm expert. Swishaoduo can actually fight with the Deep Ice Witch for an hour. Moreover, he is still struggling and not losing. This is an achievement that no one has achieved since ancient times. Don't you see the gratified expression on the faces of the other generals? His eyes were already shining, and he was just short of drooling, all right? Do you see? Dang dang dang. The sword and saber continued to collide. Xiaoduo's body swayed and staggered back. The opponent's saber did not relax at all. It was like a maggot in the bone, chasing after him. In the face of such an opponent, Xiaoduo's half-baked sword art of lightness in heaviness and lightness in heaviness did not dare to move at all. If he moved, he would be knocked out of the arena by this old fox. Xiaoduo roared. The moment he swung the spirit cat's sword with all his might, he suddenly roared, "Scarlet Sun, Golden Sun." In the steam of the battle, an even more brilliant golden sun suddenly rose and shone in all directions. In an instant, a monstrous heat wave erupted like lava and swept through the surroundings. With a loud bang, the rolling heat wave instantly broke through the cold wave area. The rumbling steam was still rising and rolling. In an instant, it covered the entire field. In an instant, the arena was so dark that it was impossible to see one's fingers in front of one's face. It completely blocked the view of the outside world. Such a change caused lightning to flash and thunder to roll in the clouds. Then, it started to rain heavily. And in the blink of an eye, it became a rainstorm. The rainstorm was pouring. Although the continuous ice domain created by the Great Ice Witch was unintentional, it caused the surrounding atmosphere to accumulate too much freezing air. When the sun suddenly arrived, the continuous ice domain instantly evaporated and naturally gathered a huge amount of water. It would be abnormal if there were no signs of a rainstorm. Hua hua hua. On the ground outside the arena, countless turbid rivers surged and surged. The water flowed in all directions with a mighty momentum. Red Sun, Golden Sun. The Fire Witch and the others all exclaimed. Even the Heavenly King of the Right was shocked. The second level of the Flaming Sun Sutra. Red Sun, Golden Sun. No one had been able to cultivate it for thousands of years. This kid, at this age, had actually cultivated it, but at this time, it was completely impossible to see anything on the arena. Everyone below the arena could only see the rolling thick fog, as if it was the end of the world. They could not see anything. The heat wave swept through. Even people as strong as Marshal Dongfang felt as if they were standing next to a red-hot iron stove. They were suffering. The unusual heat was suffocating. Hiss. A spirit was caught off guard and was forced to retreat by the sudden explosion of the heat wave. She could not help but be furious. As Bing Ming suppressed his realm, Ice Spirit's realm was also suppressed to the primary level. Now, she suddenly encountered the Red Sun, Golden Sun, which was like a natural enemy to her. Ice Spirit was inadvertently at a disadvantage. Ice Spirit, who had overlooked the world for so many years, could not accept this. With a sharp cry, copious cold air gushed out like the rising tide of the sea. Bing Ming hurriedly stopped her, but it was too late to withdraw the cold air released by the furious Ice Spirit. He could not help but show a guilty look on his face. She was out of her league. Below the arena. Yu Dongtian frowned suddenly. Although ordinary people could not see what was happening with their naked eyes, Yu Dongtian, with his cultivation, could see the changes inside clearly. Not only could he see clearly, but he also locked on with his divine thought to see everything clearly. Bing Ming's strength was still at the origin core realm, but Ice Spirit had unsealed herself to the nascent soul realm. This was a violation of the rules. A divine weapon that possessed a considerable degree of self-awareness and the might of its weapon Grandmaster was an unconventional 2 versus 1. However, the weapon Grandmaster was lucky enough to obtain such a superb divine weapon. Even if he was envious and jealous, there was nothing he could do. However, the divine weapon, because of the circumstances and other factors, self-detonated. Whether it was the weapon Grandmaster's will or not, it was still against the rules. Damn it! Yu Dongtian moved his body and was about to make a move. But he was stopped by Swolu. Wait! Wait! Wait for what? Yu Dongtian was confused. He turned his head and was shocked. In the thick steam, Zhuo Xiaoduo stood out like the sun in the sky. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not realize that his opponent was out of his league. He only felt that the pressure from his opponent had suddenly increased. Damn it, I'm going to lose. Zhuo Xiaoduo was anxious and went all out. In the thick steam, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly appeared. The agile cat sword in his hand was nowhere to be seen. Instead, it was replaced by a pair of terrifyingly huge hammers. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo was like the reincarnation of the sorcerer ancestor and the arrival of the demon god. At this moment, Yu Dongtian felt like he was looking at the flood witch. Yu Dongtian was not the only one who had this feeling. On the other side, the Great Witch of Raging Fire, his wife and Great Witch of Dan Kong all opened their eyes wide. Their eyeballs could be seen hanging out of their eye sockets as if they had seen a ghost. Damn it! These hammers! With a loud roar, Zhuo Xiaoduo waved the two hammers and rushed up to the sky. Then, he held the hammers and smashed them down fiercely. Then, a fierce whirlwind suddenly rolled up. At the same time, he let out a long roar. Look at my wind and rain sword. On the stage, the icy hell witch was disheartened. You fucking spread your hammers, but you didn't say anything. You let your godson trick me. Moreover, this guy was afraid that I would react and increase my strength, so he directly used the most powerful Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Boom, boom, boom. Zhuo Xiaoduo directly used the maximum power that he could use now. All the spiritual energy in his body was activated to the limit. He used the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer to his heart's content and smashed it out regardless of the consequences. Wealth moved people's hearts, not to mention Xiaoduo's heart. I can't lose. I must have that ice soul. I must get it. You fucking suppressed me for so long. See if I don't smash you flat with my hammers. The icy hell witch didn't care about suppressing his cultivation anymore. If he did, his current body would really be smashed by this guy. Since he was doomed to lose, he might as well unseal it. Between his thoughts, a fierce wind blew between heaven and earth. The cold air soared and covered the sky and the earth. Boom, boom, boom. It took a few hits. The ice soul was full of unreconciled sorrowful cries. Bing Xiao Bing shot out from the thick rolling fog. With a whoosh, he had already landed outside the stage and among the members of the fifth team. His breathing was steady and his body was spotless. However, he looked at the stage with a strange light in his eyes and said hoarsely, I lost. Chapter 688. I lost. It was a very ordinary word, but to everyone present, the meaning behind it was very unusual. It was completely different. The ice abyss witch thought that she would never say these 3 words in her life. Even when he was defeated by that person, he still didn't say it. The ice deep witch was the kind of person who would rather be beaten to death than admit defeat verbally. He didn't expect to say it today. When the ice spirit was unsealed, he knew he had lost. Unsealed meant he had lost. If he could unseal the ice spirit, he would have used his peak power to fight. Why would he seal it? The deep ice witch rarely lost in his life, so it was good that he lost. Besides, as far as this battle was concerned, he was convinced that he had lost. Based on his understanding of the Origin Core realm, the highest battle prowess of an Origin Core realm cultivator could not be compared to Zhuo Xiaoduo's current Origin Core realm battle prowess. Even with the help of the ice spirit, they still lost despite fighting 2 against 1. Behind him, Lai Hua, and Dan Kong looked terrible, as if they had lost their parents. What the fuck? We lost 10% of our profits. How can we explain this when we go back? Deep ice, why did you lose? Not only did you lose, but it was a double loss. Deep ice even lost an ice spirit. In the eyes of the Lai Hua couple and the great shaman Dan Kong, the value of the ice soul was not less than the 10% profit from the materials. It was truly an ancient treasure. Perhaps it could allow the star spirit continent to give birth to an ice elemental almighty who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the ice nether. Alas, it will be hard to explain when we go back. Lai Hua was at a loss. They came out this time without telling the Flood Witch. Their original intention was to see the Flood's godson and satisfy their curiosity. When they went back, they could brag about it and stimulate their boss further. We can't beat you, but we can stimulate you. How can you accept a godson? We have to see it with our own eyes. With such a dark thought in mind, the three of them dragged their families over. But the result was, this time, he had really suffered a huge loss. If he went back and said to the Flood, "We went to see your godson out of sheer curiosity and schadenfreude," well, the Flood would be angry. Bing Ming had a fight with your godson and lost. Bing Ming lost an ice soul. So the Flood became angry twice. Then, I'm very sorry, but this time, we also lost 10% of the resources in the spatial ruins. 3. Wrath of the Flood. Because Bing Ming lost, we lost the bet as well. It seemed like he could shift the blame to someone else. The three of them looked at each other, and then at Bing Ming, who was remorseful, with strange looks in their eyes. Bing Ming is taking the blame for this. Who told you to go up and fight? None of us chased after you. You fought so hard to get on the stage and lost in the end. You are one of the 12 great shamans. How could you lose to an Origin Core Realm Junior? If you don't take the blame, who will? It's not that we are not loyal to you. On the other side, Yu Dong Tian laughed out loud. He slapped his thigh and said, I won. I am so wise, brave, and wise. Ha ha ha. It's all thanks to me. It's all thanks to me. The heavenly king of the right was so happy that he couldn't even find his eyes. The king of Swolu and his wife's faces darkened. Damn it. I will never go out with him again. He is so shameless. It's all thanks to you. You have no conscience at all. On the stage, Sua Xiao Duo used all his strength to smash Bing Lil Bing out of the stage, but he didn't stop himself. He was still shouting, "Watch my sword! Watch my sword!" He hammered the air dozens of times before he stopped. Then, the three marshals and one of the ministers' faces were dark and twisted as they listened to the brats shouting and smashing. When he stopped, they attacked at the same time. A strong wind blew, blowing away all the water vapor in the sky. This kid obviously didn't want to expose himself. Damn, he was so good at acting. What a veteran actor. In just a moment, Sua Xiaoduo's valiant figure was revealed on the stage. He was in a white robe, clean and tidy. He held a long sword in his hand, which shone with a cold light. At this moment, his murderous aura was still there, which made him look extraordinary. At this moment, Sua Xiaoduo gracefully stood on the stage. With a flip of her wrist, a cold light flashed and the cat's spirit sword immediately returned to its scabbard. Her movements were extremely elegant and at ease. Then, he turned his wrist again. And the sword returned to his space ring. Then, he clasped his hands, smiled, and bowed. His elegant voice carried a sense of elegance. Brother Bing, thank you for letting me win. Even his voice had a hint of elegance to it. He really did look refined, elegant, and graceful. He was a martial arts genius with outstanding literary talent. Below the stage, Bing Ming took a deep breath. Amazing, you are indeed amazing. Sua Xiaoduo laughed. Brother Bing, I was lucky to win the last move. That sword was my last trump card. This sword of wind and rain was passed down from ancient times. It was said to be the ultimate move of the legendary sword god Shimen Shui from 108,000 years ago. I only learned it by chance. You forced me to use my last sword move. You can be said to be the strongest opponent I have ever met. Bing Ming was speechless. Sua Xiaoduo smiled faintly. Brother Bing, I wonder if you have time tonight. You and I opened our hearts to each other the moment we met, and we instantly felt like old friends. We appreciate each other, and we've met each other's match. Especially since we still have a bet to pay, and I have another gift to give Brother Bing. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? This kid was afraid that Bing Ming would reveal his trump card. Although he spoke slowly, he kept talking. He had always been a greedy person. But now, he proposed to treat Bing Ming to dinner. He even added that Bing Ming didn't lose anything because he had a gift in return. Well, as long as you don't say it now, it will be fine. Just now, the fog was so thick that I couldn't see anything. Even if I used a hammer in the fog. Well, no one should have seen it, right? In a while, I have to talk to Teacher Wen and the others and see if I can use the marshal's connections to hide this trump card of mine. There were a lot of powerful people in the battle just now. Wouldn't it be a big loss for me? It's very likely that my trump card has already been seen by quite a few people. But the three marshals will leave soon. They will guard the border. They won't leak it, right? Plus, we are on the same side. Now, it's Bing Lil Bing and his companions. Sword of wind and rain. Bing Ming, which was speechless. He said, it is indeed sharp and unparalleled. I heard it. Don't say it. Even if you asked me to say it, I wouldn't dare. I have more scruples than you. How about it? Sua Xiaoduo continued to invite Bing Ming on the stage. Come to my place for dinner tonight. I have good wine. I'll go too. On the other side, the heavenly king of the right spoke. The bet wasn't over yet. They won, but some things still had to be said. Hey, Yu Xiaoyu, you're going too. Good, good, good. Then I'll count you in. Sua Xiaoduo said. I'll go too. King of Zhualu said, my wife and I will go. My name is Yun Xiaohu. This is my wife, Bai Xiaoduo. Sua Xiaoduo coughed. This brat had never shown his strength before, but he actually wanted to drag his family to eat and drink from him. Humph, Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo. Do you really think I can't tell that they are fake names? But in front of everyone, he could only say, okay, okay. Welcome, welcome. The more people, the merrier. On the fifth team side, the Fire Witch raised his hand. If that's the case, I'll go too. My wife, Bing Lil Bing, and Kong Xiaodan will all go. Don't worry, we'll be responsible for supervising the things he lost to you. You won't be left out. Sua Xiaoduo's eyes immediately lit up. That's a lot more sensible. His words were so straightforward. Understanding people and straightforward people. Okay. Sua Xiaoduo said, everyone, come. I'll prepare a table full of good dishes to entertain everyone. Okay. You're so considerate. Today's martial arts meeting was really satisfying. I was lucky to win. I'm ashamed to accept it. Sua Xiaoduo said a lot of humble words. Now that he could finally confirm that no one had exposed him, he was naturally relieved and could shut up. Department head Ding was originally quite fond of Sua Xiaoduo. This kid had given his daughter 2,000 caddies of Beast King meat. His daughter had praised Sua Xiaoduo for his conscience. Now, he saw that this kid was such a genius that he defeated the ice, which thought this was an amazing achievement. Just from this point alone, his future potential was at least at the Heavenly King level. At this moment, the more he looked at Duo, the more he liked him. It was a pity that he was too young and his daughter was already married. Otherwise, if he had such a son-in-law, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. In this battle, Hidden Dragon expert, Duo wins. Duo returned proudly. This battle had been thrilling to the core. Now, everyone could finally relax. Meanwhile, General Dongfang secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Chongqing. You understand what happened, right? Yi Chongqing was ashamed. Yes, I understand. Previously, I didn't know the inside story and repeatedly offended you, General. Please punish me severely. Marshal Dongfang said, there's a difference in individual standpoints. Previously, as the principal of Hidden Dragon High School, you stood up for the students. That's what you should do. That's what you should do. Why should I punish you? However, what really makes me happy is that when I was inspecting the students' emotions, many of them were deep in thought and had come to a realization. There are indeed many talents in Hidden Dragon High School. However, there are still many people who are angry about the deaths of all the people who participated in the previous 10 battles. It's not convenient for us to clarify this matter directly. If we clarify, it's equivalent to forcing the king of Zhongyuan to his death. However, the higher-ups don't have this intention, so there's nothing we can do. Yi Chongqing understood tacitly. This subordinate understands. This subordinate has already organized the teachers of each class to explain to the students. General Dongfang said, I've already uploaded a file to your phone. It states the cause of this matter, as well as the true identities and backgrounds of the people who were killed. They were all the illegitimate children of the king of Zhongyuan. Moreover, this is a nationwide operation. We'll completely remove all the power of the king of Zhongyuan's faction. Do you understand? Chapter 689. Understood. Thank you, Marshal. Yes, the emotions of the students need to be guided, but for those who don't accept explanations and only care about their own emotions, remember not to be soft-hearted. This is a high martial arts school, not a liberal arts school. Sometimes, some thunderous methods are needed to govern the school. Marshal Dongfang warned, young people are hot-blooded and have a fondness for beauties. It is understandable and understandable. But those who are bewitched by beauties and lose their sanity are not acceptable. Knowing that there is no hope, knowing that the other party has ulterior motives, but still using love as an excuse to work for the other party with the mindset of everything is as long as you are happy, is not infatuation, but foolishness. Both the military and the government will never accept such trash. Because such people are not only useless, but they will also spoil things. In times of peace, they can be tolerated, but in times of life and death, they cannot be allowed to be willful. Yes, I will follow Marshal's instructions. You may go. Next, the martial arts competition continued in the arena, but the form teachers of each grade and class were all doing the same thing. That was to explain to the students. After all, they really couldn't ignore the students' emotions. The real reason for today's thunderous 10 battles. Actually, a small number of clear-minded students had already guessed the real reason and had even started to spread it. Now, the teachers had explained it personally, and the higher-ups had not left yet, but after killing those 10 people, the king of the Central Plains had already left. This already explained too many problems, so this job went very smoothly. The purpose of the thunderous 10 battles is to remove the king of the Central Plains wings and attack the king of the Central Plains organization. The 9 male students who died were the illegitimate children of the king of the Central Plains. They were plotting. Their identity information is already being transmitted. As for Xiao Junyi, although she is only the adopted daughter of the king of the Central Plains, she is the core of the conspiracy. Prepare. This operation involves the reputation of the royal family, so it is not suitable to be publicized. It is good that everyone knows it in their hearts. After this, it is forbidden to spread it outside. As Yi Chongqing passed the information from Marshal Dongfang to the teachers, this job became even easier to carry out. The students who could advance to high martial arts were no fools. If they wanted to kill the martial artists of the Hidden Dragon Realm, destroy the martial artists of the Hidden Dragon Realm, and destroy the young martial artists of the Hidden Dragon Realm, why would they need the three marshals to personally come and hold the fort? The three commanders might have come to suppress the king of Zhongyuan to the point that he did not dare to move, but on the other hand, they also gave all the students a reassurance. It's not like the three commanders are going to collectively betray us just to suppress the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artist, right? Otherwise, why didn't the number one geniuses kill them? What's more, so what if he's a Hidden Dragon Martial Artist? Why would the great commanders come to suppress them? If it wasn't for an important purpose, how could he do this? If you can't see this, then you're stupid. If you're deliberately going to a dead end, then you're an idiot. Especially after when Xingtian finished explaining to his class, he said, to put it bluntly, this matter involves the privacy of the royal family. It's even more gracious of the marshals to allow Qianlong to explain to the students. None of the students are fools. To be able to enter the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artist with the title of a genius, none of them are fools. If they can't even see the strangeness in this matter and don't reflect on it, their future achievements will only be average. And in this operation, the students who reacted first have probably already been recorded. It can be considered as a foundation for their future achievements. From this point of view, it can also be considered as a selection of talents in the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artist. So in the future, don't be too excited. Calm down and think thrice when you encounter something. There are many things that may not be true even if you see them with your own eyes. In front of the king of Zhongyuan, killing his illegitimate children one by one, destroying all his plans, and pulling out all his wings. Isn't that cruel? Or some people say that it's easier to just kill the king of Zhongyuan directly. But are the people who say this stupid or not? A prince of the royal family, the descendant of the god of war, is he someone you can kill just because you want to? Before his crimes are completely exposed, before his crimes are completely confirmed, before the rebellion is carried out, if you really kill him, think about the chain of consequences. There are also those who say that he hasn't committed any crimes yet, so wouldn't it be wrong to kill him? Can't you just wait until he rebels before killing him? The students who say this, I just want to say, let's not talk about how much influence he will have if he rebels, how many sins he will commit, and how many people he will kill. If he rebels in your city, and the first step of the rebellion is to kill your parents, would you think this way? So, students, think about it more when you encounter something in the future. I don't want to explain it to you like this, but there are too many things that you don't understand. What can you do? It's also quite tiring for me to talk. When Xingtian was very helpless, he said, actually, this explanation really doesn't have much use other than letting a certain unscrupulous author take advantage of the fact that some people don't understand and wantonly cheat a wave of royalties. But who asked you to give him such a reason? The situation in the Hidden Dragon High Martial Artist quickly stabilized. In fact, many students who were already in contact with those people and were already prepared to do something together were all drenched in cold sweat. A few male students who were smitten by Xiao Junyi were even more drenched in sweat and their clothes were soaked. She thought about how her teachers had deduced that if Xiao Junyi really became the crown prince's consort in the future, then her family would definitely lean towards her. If that was the case, the consequences would be truly unimaginable. However, where there were smart people, there would definitely be fools. Otherwise, how could smart people show off their intelligence? There were still 5 or 6 boys who cried bitterly, thinking that they had lost their love and that someone had killed their goddess. This hatred and enmity were absolutely irreconcilable. If they didn't take revenge, they were not human. After the explanation, we understood. She is the adopted daughter of the king of the Central Plains. She is the future crown princess. She has ulterior motives, she is sinister and vicious. But so what? I like her, I really like her. She is a fairy, I am willing to follow her to heaven. She is a devil, I am also willing to follow her to hell. I only hope that she can be happy. That she can live a peaceful life. For this, I can give my all. Whether she is good or bad, what does it have to do with me liking her? True love is not guilty. Yes, true love is not guilty. My love will never change even in death. Little Bunny Lawn killed Xiao Junyi, so she is my lifelong enemy. One day, I will chop off her head as a sacrifice to my true love. Sob, sob, sob. I just can't accept it. Why did she kill Junyi so cruelly? Little Bunny Lawn, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable. Towards this group of students, Hidden Dragon High School chose to give them the cold shoulder. Child, you can do whatever you want. If you want to take revenge, there is no harm in going now. But you are responsible for your own life and death, as long as you don't regret it when you die. Hidden Dragon High School will not stand up for you because of this matter. Everything that happens after this is your own choice. Whereas the commander of the 3 armies and some people from Team 2 smiled faintly as they looked towards the group of students. There was really no one else who wanted to take revenge on white-haired celestial immortal. Congratulations to all of you for choosing the most vicious and merciless enemy. Perhaps other people would still consider these things as the future uses of the continent's geniuses. But for this person, there was absolutely no possibility of any misgivings. There was no need to force her into a corner. If she was really anxious, even if it was the commander's son, she would still kill him. Just this time, killing Xiao Junyi, how many people's plans had been ruined? There were so many people who wanted to kill her, how could there be a chance for you few brats? The battles on the stage continued one after another. But the next few challenges were spontaneously cancelled. This was not hard to understand. These people had originally intended to challenge Suishao Duo. But now, no one mentioned it anymore. The deep ice which had gone up and lost. No one present dared to say that their foundation was stronger than the deep ice witches. That was impossible. Since it was so, going up would be embarrassing, then what was the point of going up? Wasn't it better to just let the deep ice witch lose face? So, the challenges were cancelled. And the high quality of the Hidden Dragon High School geniuses really caused the commander of the 3 armies and Team 1 and 2 to be astonished. They discovered that the cultivation of this year's Hidden Dragon students had really far surpassed that of the previous years. The Raging Fire Witch's expression became more and more unsightly. Looking at this group of Hidden Dragon High School students and thinking about the rising stars of the Umno Alliance's younger generation. Although he had not come into contact with those little brats, but compared to those he had seen before. If he were to really compare them, it was really more likely that he would lose. Not to mention that in this year's Hidden Dragon High School students, there was Suishao Duo, the boss's godson, this freak. He was definitely an extremely ruthless person among the younger generation that no one could compare to. Also, that Li Chenglong who had made a move earlier, there were probably not many people in the Umno Alliance's younger generation that could compare to him. This time when we go back, we must pay more attention to the younger generation. The Raging Fire Witch had a realization in his heart. Education really has to start from the beginning. Looking at the sky, it was already late. The Hidden Dragon High School was having its last competition, and Marshal Dongfang, Department Head Ding, and the others had already been arranged a banquet by the Hidden Dragon High School. As for the left and right heavenly kings, they had already agreed to go eat with Suashao Duo, but the Hidden Dragon High School had not arranged anything. Apart from these few people, the others were all eating at the Hidden Dragon High School. You guys can go back after eating. It's okay, all the important people are here, go back by yourself after eating. Cough, remember not to speak carelessly when you go back. Thus, everyone in Team 2 and Team 5 was dumbfounded. Then do we still dare to go back? What do we say when we go back? If others ask, do we dare to not answer? Wouldn't we be beaten to death on the spot? Thus, these people discussed with each other. Why don't we stay in Fenghai City tonight? When the sun rises, these leaders will probably have gone back and finished giving instructions, and we will be fine when we go back. As for those people from the Tao Alliance, they were all held back by them. If we don't go back, you guys shouldn't go back either. Marshal Dongfang and the others actually wanted to go to Suashao's place to eat and join in the fun. Of course, they were more curious. Why are you all going? However, they were directly rejected by the left and right heavenly kings. We are all young people gathering together, you bunch of old people shouldn't join in the fun. Fuck your grandpa. Who is a young person? You have the nerve to tell us that you are a young person. Who are you insulting? Marshal Dongfang and the other two marshals were so angry that their stomachs were full of swill. The matter of the Hidden Dragon High School had basically come to an end, and they were discussing the problem of how to eat. The sky was gradually getting dark, and it was gradually getting dusk. Suashao Duo began to call out, "Come, let's go to my house to eat. After all, the bet hasn't been obtained yet, don't even think about running away. Even if I have to give up a meal, I have to leave the bet first." Yu Dongtian and the others responded enthusiastically. Lai Hua and the others didn't want to act shamelessly, so they agreed readily and followed Suashao Duo. And at this time, a very ordinary couple leisurely entered Fenghai City. Please vote, my hand is really cramping today. Chapter 690. How far is it from here to Dogda's villa? Wu Yuding checked the location map that her son had sent her. It's not far. Zhou Changlu was calm. I've checked. Once we enter the city, we can take a taxi. It's only an hour's drive. By the way, do you know the name of that place? Hidden Dragon High School Villa District, Zhou Changlu said. Isn't that a random name? Look at your IQ now. Ha ha ha. Wu Yuding waved her hand and hailed a taxi. She twisted the soft flesh on Zhou Changlu's waist as she got into the car. Where are you two going? The driver asked. Hiss. Hidden Dragon High School. Hiss. Villa District. Hiss. Zhou Changlu's face was distorted. Honey, you twisted a little more meat this time, and you used more force than before. Okay. You two are done. The driver stepped on the accelerator and went out. About an hour and 10 minutes. It should be around 7:10 when we reach there. Let's go. We should still be in time for dinner. We're finally here. Wu Yuding sat in the back seat with a relaxed expression. I wonder if Dogda has lost weight. Zhou Changlu rolled his eyes. With his temper, he can eat until he's swollen at home. How can he lose weight? Wu Yuding said unhappily. Xiao Duo likes to eat leek pancakes, leek tofu dumplings, and freshly steamed buns at home. Who will cook for him here? He always eats outside, and all he eats is gutter oil. Don't worry about the leeks sold outside. The pesticides are heavy. Zhou Changlu sighed and took out his phone to play with it. He did not want to talk to a mother who only cared about her son. It was too annoying. Too annoying. As long as her son was not in her arms, she would not be at ease no matter where he went. If he was cold, hungry, skinny, wrong. He was a living adult, okay? Moreover, he was a super genius with strong martial arts. Cruel Wolf was given a villa as soon as he started school. In the end, in his mother's heart, he was still a baby in swaddling clothes. Put down your phone. Are you planning to spend the rest of your life with your phone? Wu Yuding was extremely dissatisfied. Who are you trying to show your half-dead look to when we talk about our son? Can't you be more attentive? Zhuo Chonglu put away his phone with a helpless expression. What else could she do? How am I supposed to care? Don't you know how to give Dogda a call and tell him not to eat first? We'll take him out to eat something good tonight. Wu Yuding said, I heard that there's a rank 1 heavenly god here. It seems pretty good. Zhuo Chonglu was speechless. There's no need to call, right? Don't call a martial artist if you don't have to. What if? Then don't fight. Wu Yuding was shocked and looked at Zhuo Chonglu fiercely. Why don't you want your son to be better? With a father like you, what's the difference? Sighed that I'm really wrong no matter what I say, but I can't not say it. Zhuo Chonglu deeply felt that his position in the family was slipping further and further into the abyss. The driver finally understood. Are the two of you here to see your son? Is he studying here? Yes, my son is in Hidden Dragon High School. He's a new student this year. Wu Yuding said proudly. Amazing. The driver was shocked and suddenly felt deep respect. That's a school that only geniuses can enter. Congratulations, your son is too promising. Wu Yuding was instantly beaming with joy and accepted all the compliments. Zhuo Chonglu closed his eyes and rested. Outside the car window, the city's neon lights flashed across his face. His wife was beside him and he was about to see his son. His body was in the boundless secular world and his heart was floating outside the heavens. For a moment, Zhuo Chonglu was actually enlightened. In Zhuo Chonglu's eyes, the neon lights flashing across his face were like the lives of passers-by, flashing by in his own time. This is the secular world. Life and death is life. Flowers blooming and wilting, isn't that life? Where is the secular world? Where the lights are flashing, isn't that life? Where is the secular world? The passage of time is life. The rise and fall of the tide is life. Noisy life is life. Commanding the wind and clouds is also life. A mysterious aura silently rose. Different colors of neon lights flashed across Zhuo Chonglu's face. Wu Yuding faintly felt the fluctuation of his state of mind at this moment. She couldn't help but close her eyes. Wu Yuding closed her eyes as she sat in the car that was being controlled by someone. She could clearly feel the ripples in the cycle of reincarnation. Even if she closed her eyes, she could still feel the flashing neon lights. They were like countless ghosts flickering in front of her eyes. A cycle of reincarnation, countless lives, countless births and deaths, countless births and deaths, innumerable grudges, innumerable departures. A grand banquet of the boundless universe. Wu Yuding's face became tranquil, quiet, and calm. She seemed to be able to hear her husband's heartbeat. It was beating rhythmically. She gently held her husband's hand, and her heart was exceptionally peaceful. No matter how life reincarnates, we will be together like this. In fact, reincarnation and not reincarnation, what does it have to do with anything? Life is just a journey. Life is a dream. How many autumns have passed in the world? They all say not to look back. How many people can turn back? Zhuo Chonglu's eyes seemed to be looking out of the window. However, he didn't see anything. Only the countless neon lights flashed across his eyes. It was as if he had cut off countless lives with one slash. It was as if he had seen countless living creatures in his life. You have all experienced the vicissitudes of life and reincarnated a few times. But I am still in the mortal world, walking in the mortal world. Sua Changlu only felt that the road in front of him seemed to be expanding infinitely. From near where the light shone, it extended all the way to the infinitely bright, far, and infinite place that his eyes silently flickered with light. Mortal dust transformation. What was mortal dust transformation? I am already in the mortal world. Why do I need to? Mortal world. A man in the mortal world has his intention in the 9 heavens. Boom! A corner of a shackle in Sua Changlu's heart suddenly broke. The remaining part had already turned into a spiderweb, full of cracks. The husband and wife's hearts were connected. At this moment, Wu Yuding also felt that her spiritual world was continuously shaking. A great path to heaven suddenly appeared in the distance. Endless distance. Boundless depth. Sparkling. There was only a door between him and this great Tao, and it was within reach. But now, a corner of this door was already damaged, and it was already revealing the light behind the door. He only needed to use a little bit of strength, and it would suddenly open up. And this strength was something that she could control. Almost at the same time, Wu Yuding slowly opened her eyes. Sua Changlu's wooden eyes also suddenly brightened. Then, they looked at each other and smiled. Master, how much longer? Wu Yuding asked. About 10 minutes. We will be there soon. The driver replied straightforwardly. In that instant, the driver felt as if he was dreaming, as if he had spent an eternity in that dream. But when his mind returned to reality, he was clearly still extremely clear-headed as he drove. He felt refreshed. The occupational disease that he had worked hard for half his life and the indescribable fatigue seemed to have been stripped away from his body at this moment. At this moment, his body was even healthier and more refreshed than when he was 17 or 18 years old. The driver didn't know that tonight, he had already received a great benefit that ordinary people couldn't even dream of. In this life, he wouldn't have any more illnesses. Moreover, his soul was clear. Once he died of old age, he would definitely have the opportunity to be reincarnated. When he came to this world again, he would definitely be a high-level astral soul. There was no doubt about it. Amidst the bustling city, a taxi was moving forward at a leisurely pace, disappearing into the colorful neon lights in the distance. Please come in, please come in. You are all distinguished guests. This humble house is very honored. Sua Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong's faces were full of eagerness and politeness, but in their hearts, they were speechless. What kind of people are these that I just made way casually, but they really came, and all of them came. It's fine that the 4 people of the 5th team came, but why did the 3 people of the 2nd team come too? What does this have to do with you? What does it have to do with you? Don't you know that I'm very poor? Sua Xiaoduo was speechless, but his face was full of enthusiasm. After all, he didn't really get the bet yet. Please take a seat. My humble house is simple, and I can't serve you all. I'm so sorry. Thinking of the bet, Sua Xiaoduo smiled like a flower. Grandma Shi came over to take a look, and then left. Because Sua Xiaoduo made it clear, you should rest. These are just a few ordinary guests, it's not worth it for you to personally serve them. I'll just ask first grade of the heavens to send some dishes over. If you have to personally serve these little bastards. I'm so sorry. Grandma Shi took a look, and it was true. They were all young, 5 men, and 2 women. At first glance, she could tell that they were inexperienced. They were the kind that could be pinched with a bag of water. Obviously, they were Sua Xiaoduo's young friends who came to have fun. Then let the young people do it themselves. She didn't feel comfortable listening to the young people's conversation. Everyone sat on the sofa according to the host and guest. Sua Xiaoduo directly asked Li Chenglong to prepare the wine and dishes. Prepare more vegetables. I'm tired of eating fish and meat every day. Therefore, Li Chenglong made a phone call and asked First Grade of the Heavens to send 2 tables of dishes over. It was done in an instant. Then, they just had to exchange greetings and wait for the dishes to be served. Speaking of which, I'm very ashamed. Zhuo Xiaoduo occupied the main seat and sat on the sofa facing the south with his back facing the north like a tiger crouching in a dragon's crouching position. His words were intimate and polite. I only know Brother Bing's name, but I don't know who you are. Ha! Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled fakely. In his heart, he was already 100% sure that these guys were the kind of big shots who had hidden their identities. However, he did not know exactly how big their identities were. Especially those in the second team, their official positions should be ordinary. Didn't they see that General Dongfang and the others were on the stage, and these little bastards could only squat on the field below? This completely showed that these guys were of low status. Chapter 691. In other words, the status of these fellows was far lower than General Dongfang. They were all the subordinates of the generals. Maybe they were the subordinates of the generals, and they were here to complete the mission. They were probably generals or brigadier generals. Anyway, they were not particularly important. The purpose of these people from Team 2 was definitely to restrain those from Team 5. From this, it could be seen that these guys from the Umno Alliance were just small characters in the Umno Alliance. After all, the kind of opponent would have the kind of enemy. If they really had a high status, General Dongfang and the others would definitely come to his house personally to ensure his safety. In this way, everything would make sense, and General Dongfang and the others would be so relieved. Even if these people had other identities, they would at most be the descendants of some important people. They would definitely not be important people themselves. Zhuo Xiaoduo had already made up his mind on this point. He could not help but look at them with disdain. Little bastards. Are you ready to eat at Master Zhuo's house? Not only him, Li Chenglong also had the same thought. Because this was the result of their discussion on the way here. It was not difficult to come to this conclusion. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong both felt that they had seen through all of them. That was why they were so confident. I am Bing Xiaobing. I won't repeat myself. The ice abyss witch smiled bitterly, feeling even more depressed. It was not important to lose the ice spirit today, but the 10% of resources bet was not within his calculations. It was all Lai Hua's fault. He acted on his own initiative and dared to call for anything. But at that time, I was fighting. How would I know how Lai Hua started the bet? So this matter has nothing to do with me. I will definitely not take the blame for this. Whoever wants to take the blame will take it. Lai Hua scratched his red hair and laughed. I am Lai Xiaohua. This is my wife, Zhuo Xiaoluo. Good name, good mood. Zhuo Xiaoduo seemed to be sincerely praising. He really knew how to give names. Lai Xiaohua, Zhuo Xiaoluo, Bing Xiaobing. Hehe, what a big deal. If I can't tell that it's a fake name, I'll find a piece of tofu and knock my head against a pile of dog shit. My name is Kong Xiaodan. Great Witch Dan Kong calmly introduced himself. Among this group of people, based on his appearance, he was the most handsome one. Hello, Brother Kong. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong both smiled reservedly at the same time. Li Chenglong even praised, Brother Kong, you really are a man of striking appearance. You stand out from the crowd. No. Great Witch Dan Kong laughed dryly. He hurriedly sat down. I am Yu Xiaoyu. The Heavenly King of the Right said, this is my real name, not a fake one. Yun Xiaohu. The King of Zhuolu coughed. This is my wife, Bai Xiaoduo. Xiao Duo, you can call her sister-in-law. Hello, Brother Yun. Hello, sister-in-law. Sua Xiao Duo and Li Chenglong bowed at the same time. These two people's senses were far sharper than ordinary people. They immediately felt that Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiao Duo were the ones who gave them the most cordial feeling among all the people who came to attend the meeting. It was a kind of cordial feeling that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was real. Then, they could clearly feel that they were on the same side. There was also Yu Xiaoyu, but compared to Yun and Bai, there was a gap. As for the others, it was very strange to say that they were like friends and enemies. It was hard to describe them. However, it was pardonable and reasonable. These four people were clearly members of the Umno Alliance. It was already fate that they could sit together now. It was impossible to expect them to act cordial. They were already restraining themselves by not fighting on the spot. After everyone introduced themselves, the atmosphere became even more lively. Sua Xiao Duo chuckled and took out piles of spirit fruits from his spatial ring. He placed them on the table and eagerly offered them to everyone. Please, please, come, have some fruits to quench your thirst. Brother Kong, Brother Bing, Brother Lai. These are the specialties of the Astral Souls continent. You probably haven't eaten them before. Please, don't be shy. Sua Xiao Duo smiled warmly as if he had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. His words were full of I've already seen through you. Stop pretending. Today, we just need to have a tacit understanding between us. And so on. There was even a kind of, you Umno Alliance barbarians probably haven't eaten our Astral Souls continent spirit fruits before, right? You haven't seen them before, right? You country bumpkins. It was a condescending way. Bai Xiao Duo lowered her head and almost laughed out loud. Then, she stood up and said, everyone, have some tea. Xiao Duo, have some fruits. As she spoke, she picked up the teapot and began to pour tea for everyone. It felt as if she had automatically treated this place as her own home. As the host, she had to treat her guests. Sua Xiao Duo didn't feel offended at all. Instead, he felt even more cordial. This Bai Xiao Duo was really good. The way she took care of him made Sua Xiao Duo feel very warm and comforted. Yu Xiaoyu started the conversation first. She laughed and said, I'm so happy to meet you this time. Lai Xiaohua, you're a man. Remember to keep your promises. Lai Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said sullenly, of course. We always keep our promises. Those who don't keep their promises know what's going on. Yu Xiaoyu laughed. Kong Xiaodan, what do you say? Kong Xiaodan picked up a spirit fruit and took a bite. She rolled her eyes and said, my words are like the wind. Anyway, I don't owe you anything. Bing Xiao Bing. Yu Xiaoyu was full of. It was probably the feeling of a villain who got what she wanted. What does your shady business have to do with me? Bing Xiaobing ate the spirit fruit and drank the tea. He was very satisfied. He couldn't help but sigh. The material comforts here are really good. It's a different flavor. As he said that, he actually used his butt to bounce on the sofa. He seemed to be enjoying himself. You're so useless. Shui Xiaoluo glared at him. Bing Xiaobing returned her a look that said, go ahead if you can. Then, he continued to eat his fruit and didn't speak for a long time. You'll lose too. You're not even as good as me. If I lose, isn't it just a loss? It's not like I haven't lost before. What can I do about it? His foundation is solid and awesome. What can I do? You guys won't let me unseal and want me to win. I didn't expect to meet such a freak. Besides, Boss Flood gave the 1,000-soul nightmare hammer to his godson. If I lose, isn't it too much? If it wasn't for the 1,000-soul nightmare hammer. Thinking of this, the eyes of the deep ice witch suddenly lit up. Ah! That's a good reason. If I have to take the blame for this, then I might as well let the flood boss take the blame for it. Thinking of this, the ice nether witch suddenly felt a sense of peace of mind. That's right. How can you blame me for losing? You fucking armed your godson to the teeth and didn't tell me. How can you blame me for this? This is clearly Boss Flood colluding with the other party to scheme against me. Humph. I'll settle this with you when we get back. Although I don't plan to do anything to you, don't think you can use this reason to punish me. If you want to punish someone, punish yourself first. On the other side, Yun Xiaohu coughed and said, Xiaoyu. Yu Xiaoyu said unhappily, will it kill you to call me brother Xiaoyu? Yun Xiaohu snorted and rolled his eyes. This is my house, so you better behave yourself. By the way, I'll tell you one more thing. The credit for this is all mine. Yu Xiaoyu laughed and rolled her eyes as well. She was very disdainful. Just by you, a blockhead. Can you make this contribution? Can you do it without me? Yun Xiaohu was unconvinced. Why can't I do it without you? Yu Xiaoyu smiled happily and winked at Lai Xiaohua. Xiaohua, don't you think so? Right, red hair. Ha ha ha. Yu Xiaoyu was very high-spirited today, and she had the feeling that she was in control of the world. In this place, she was the boss. Lai Xiaohua said angrily, try calling me red hair again. Do you believe that I won't kill you here? Yu Xiaoyu was stunned. Fight here. You're fucking fine, but I'm afraid I'll have to scour the world for ingredients again. At the side, Bai Xiaoduo frowned and said, we're all sitting here. I have something to say. The few of them sat up straight and said, sister-in-law, please speak. Bai Xiaoduo said, although we're all on different sides, we're all familiar with each other. To put it bluntly, I really can't understand. In this world today, how can some people be so thick-skinned? Xiaoduo invited us to his house for a meal out of goodwill, but this is the first time we're here, and we're here with our heads on our shoulders. Where's the shame? Where's the shame? When she said that, Lai Xiaohua, Xue Xiaoluo, Kong Xiaodan and Bing Xiaobing were all stunned. Then, they understood. Fuck. Are you trying to extort us? Are you helping Xue Xiaoduo to extort us? We've lost so much that our pants are about to fall off. You actually want to give us gifts when we're here for a meal. What kind of rule is this? How can you say it so righteously? Where's your shame? Where's your shame? Bing Xiaobing was stunned. He stuttered, this gift, let's forget about it. I've already lost. He was conflicted. With their statuses and backgrounds, if they really had to give a greeting gift, what should they give? Moreover, from what he said, they had to give everyone a gift. How could a single meal cost so much? Xue Xiaoluo coughed and smiled, forget it, let me represent you. I'll give. Then, Lai Xiaohua covered her mouth. Don't speak. Wife. We've already lost so much, and you still want to give. This is not the Umno Alliance. You're helping the enemy, do you understand? Today, I won't give it to you even if I die. At this moment, Li Chenglong, who was near the door, heard something and turned around. Oh, rank 1 of the firmaments is here to deliver food. Chapter 692. The food is here. Oh. Kong Xiaodan cheered and broke the silence. She was obviously trying to disrupt the atmosphere and deny the gift. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and excitedly went out to serve the dishes. Wow, it smells so good. Lai Xiaohua cheered and went out to serve the food as well. What's that smell? Why is it so fragrant? It smells so good. Bing Xiaobing went out. There's a lot of food. They won't be able to finish it. Xue Xiaoluo laughed awkwardly and went out with a red face. The four of them had made up their minds. If they wanted to deny it, then bite them. Bai Xiaoduo was so angry that her face turned red. You guys are good, you guys are really good. You guys are really thick-skinned. Yu Xiaoyu and Yun Xiaohu also chimed in. This is so embarrassing. Your face. TSK TSK TSK. The four from the Omno Alliance turned a deaf ear. They had made up their minds not to give the food. What we did today was already enough for the enemy. If we continue, we'll be idiots. We'll definitely be beaten half to death if we go back now. If we give any more gifts, we'll probably lose our lives under Boss Hammer. No matter what you guys say, we only have food in our eyes. Wow, this fish is not small. Damn, what is this dish? It smells so good. There's even wine. Let me see, let me see. The four from the Omno Alliance went back and forth to serve the food, making it seem like they were very busy. They couldn't hear what the others were saying. Bai Xiaoduo's face turned even uglier. She hugged her arms and said, Fine, you guys are thick-skinned. I won't say anything. But if word gets out that the seven of us came to eat here and didn't even leave a strand of hair behind. I can't afford to lose face like that. Lai Xiaohua and the others still turned a deaf ear. It doesn't matter if you can't afford to lose face, as long as we can. Bing Xiaobing suddenly laughed. Li Chenglong, do you have a big table at home? Do you need a swivel table? Come, let's do it together. I'm afraid you won't be able to lift it alone. Li Chenglong smiled bitterly. What do you mean I can't lift it? I can even lift 100,000 caddies. These people were unexpectedly thick-skinned. The sister-in-law had already said that, but these people's faces didn't even turn red. Li Chenglong was impressed. In order to avoid this topic, the four of them made more than 30 trips to and fro for a total of 20 dishes, and no less than 17 or 18 trips back and forth empty-handed. Bai Xiaoduo didn't bother to hide her disdain at all. Ha ha ha. A country bumpkin from a barren land doesn't know any manners. As expected of someone from a poor place. You don't know anything. What a barbarian. It's hard to teach him. TSK, 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 how embarrassing. When I see your boss in the future, I'll definitely get him to teach you a lesson. The four of them ran to serve the dishes while Bai Xiaoduo stood at the side with her arms crossed, mocking and ridiculing them. He was so angry that his stomach was swollen, but there was no reaction from the other side. It was as if he was talking to four deaf people. The four of them had obviously made up their minds to turn a deaf ear to his words. You can scold him or not. We'll just pretend that we didn't hear you. We've lost too many things today. We've lost so much that our hearts are aching. No matter what, we can't give them away anymore. Besides, it's just losing some face after being scolded by you. How much is face worth? The ones losing face are Lai Xiaohua, Kong Xiaodan, and Bing Xiaobing. Not Lai Hua, Deep Ice, or Dan Kong. That we don't care, we don't care. And we have to eat this meal no matter what. We don't dare to eat at 1 meter higher Sky's house, but we can eat his son's meal. When we see that old man in the future, we can also say, Hey, old Zwa, we ate at your house before, ha ha ha. And we didn't even take a single strand of hair, ha ha ha. I'm just asking you, are you angry? Are you angry? You'll die from anger, ha 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 ha. Sua Xiao Duo heard by Xiaoduo's words just now and was eagerly waiting to receive the gift. His hand was about to reach out, but in the end, he witnessed a shameless show. He resentfully retracted his hand that was about to accept the gift. I don't have any hope. Looking at the four of them, it was as if they could compete with him. This gift was definitely out of the question. But it's also possible that they were originally poor. They probably don't have any presentable gifts. How can they compare to me, a handsome guy with 2 sleeves of gold and a hidden dragon? 7:00, clock sharp. Sua Xiaoduo began to invite everyone to take their seats. He despised them in his heart. These 4 poor people who didn't give me any gifts deserve to eat. Sua Xiaoduo felt that he was the one who didn't receive any gifts. You lost the ice soul to me, I didn't ask you for it. But you didn't even bring a cabbage to my house. How can you have the nerve to eat it? Therefore, a certain someone's face gradually turned ugly. Brother Bing, ha ha ha. Sua Xiaoduo said enthusiastically, please sit, sit. Ha 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 ha, that ice soul, is it? Ha ha ha. Time to give it to me. They hadn't even started eating yet, but this guy was already asking for the bill. He really couldn't wait and acted too hastily. Yun Xiaohu coughed and exchanged glances with Bai Xiaoduo. They both felt that it was just right. He really had the demeanor of his father. If he waited until they were seated at the table and raised their wine glasses, he didn't know when he would be able to get down to business. What if one of them pretended to be drunk and forgot, passed out, or ran away? That would be troublesome. If they asked for the food before it was served, and the other party suddenly left because they had something to do, that would also be troublesome. It was now. The food was served. The table was served. He made a prompt decision. He immediately asked for the debt. His grasp of timing is superb, and his face is so thick. Cough cough, but he actually laughed a few times. Ha! Compared to Master, he is still lacking a little. Bing Xiaobing's face darkened. Is this necessary? It's not like I won't give it to you. Since I lost, I don't intend to go back on my word. Besides, I can't go back on my word. Ha ha ha. Of course, of course. Bing Xiaobing laughed dryly. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and handed over a silver-white space ring. Bing Xiaobing's expression was very strange. He seemed to be reluctant and had mixed emotions. It was as if he had finally found a home for his sister. In short, it was an extremely conflicted feeling. I hope you can find a good home for it. Bing Xiaobing sighed. It had been so many years. Ever since he obtained these 2 ice spirits, he had subdued one of them. The other one had always been resisting. No matter how he tried, no matter how much he tried, no matter how much he tried, no matter how much he took care of it, there was no improvement. It was like a beautiful woman who insisted on monogamy. Although you treat me well, you already have a wife. I can't be your concubine, nor can I be your mistress, much less your lover. So, no matter how good you are, I can only not cross the line and stick to my bottom line. I'd rather die alone and live an unlucky life. Bing Xiaobing had worked so hard for so many years and was in despair. Now that he had given it away, it was as if a burden had been lifted from his heart. I've stuffed it full of 10,000 years mysterious ice. Bing Xiaobing sighed. It's sleeping in the middle. You can check it out. Your extreme young attribute has a natural counter to it. It's very weak now and can't take too much stimulation. Sua Xiaoduo was overjoyed. Good, good. We're all open and above-board people. There's no need to check. No need, no need. Ha ha ha. How can I not believe in Brother Bing's character? As he said that, he was still a little worried. He quietly opened the ring and took a look. Then, he kept it carefully and laughed. I definitely believe in Brother Bing's character. You're really strong. The 7 of them were speechless. You're really not embarrassed to say that. This. Come. Don't just stand there. Sit down. Swa Xiao Duo politely invited the guests. Xiao Duo, let me be your host today. Yun Xiaohu was worried that his junior brother would be taken advantage of. Thus, he took the initiative to be the host. At a banquet table, the host was very important. Adjusting the atmosphere, taking care of the guests, looking around and making the guests happy. All of these functions were to be the host. Sometimes, if it was necessary, he even had to say a few dirty jokes. Yun Xiaohu felt that he would be able to make these 4 misers of the Wizard Alliance sweat profusely if he were to accompany his junior brother. However, Swa Xiao Duo did not have much trust in him. How could he let him be the host? Besides, this kid looked so silly. Did he know how to speak sarcastically? To put it bluntly, Li Chenglong was worried that Swa Xiao Duo would not have enough sarcasm. Thus, he laughed and said, Brother Yun, please sit down. You're a guest from afar. I'll be the host. Swollen, you can be the vice host. Yun Xiaohu could only agree. At the same time, he gave Yu Xiaoyu a look. Later, help me mock these 4 fellows. They're so stingy. How could they call themselves great magi? They're really embarrassing themselves. Swa Xiao Duo boldly took on the role of the host. First, he laughed and poured wine for everyone. Instantly, the aroma of the wine filled everyone's nostrils. He warmly invited everyone to drink some tea. Everyone was a little confused. This was the first time a guest was like this. The wine and dishes were all served. Instead of inviting them to eat, he invited them to drink tea. Then, they saw Swa Xiao Duo suddenly laugh and raise his wine cup. Lai Xiaohua and the others thought that this guy was going to start drinking. They also raised their wine cups. Unexpectedly, Swa Xiao Duo laughed and put down his wine cup. With a happy face, he said, I'm not afraid of being laughed at. When I'm at home, my house is always full of friends. Many people often go to my house for dinner. But to be honest, this is the first time in my life that I'm sitting in this seat. Ha! The 7 of them lowered their heads and drank tea. How the hell would I believe you? Your house is always full of friends. Does your conscience hurt when you say this? Do you think we don't know about your father's rumor of plucking the feathers of a swallow, and the sky is 1 meter higher? Sitting here rashly today, I can't help but remember a joke my dad told me the other day. Swa Xiao Duo said in all seriousness. Li Chenglong was the vice host. He asked, what did Uncle say? Chapter 693. The story goes like this. Swa Xiao Duo described the story vividly. Once upon a time, there was an unusually generous person. Because he had many poor friends, many people went to his house to eat. This was something that couldn't be helped. Rich people are all like this. There are too many people who want to take advantage of him. As the saying goes, the poor live in the city and no one cares, while the rich have distant relatives in the mountains. Li Chenglong, uncle, this is really well said. One sentence describes all the forms of life. It's really knowledgeable. Swa Xiao Duo, in the beginning, when these poor friends went to the rich's house to eat, they would more or less bring something, so it could cover their faces. The rich naturally wouldn't care about what their poor friends brought. Because no matter what they brought, it wouldn't be worth as much as a meal in their own house. So, they didn't care. Li Chenglong, this is benevolence and righteousness. The so-called character, the so-called persistence, the so-called moral integrity, all of these are undoubtedly manifested in this rich man. Sua Xiao Duo, swollen is right. My father said the same thing at that time. Li Chenglong, uncle and I are heroes who think alike. Sua Xiao Duo, but this rich man also has a family. If it was just once, twice, 3 to 5 times, or even 8 to 10 times, his family wouldn't say anything. But after a long time, his family couldn't help but have some complaints. Li Chenglong, this is human nature. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stand it either. And then Yu Xiaoyu, Yun Xiaohu, and Bai Xiaoduo all held back their laughter. Lai Xiaohua, Shui Xiaoluo, Kong Xiaodan, and Bing Xiaobing's faces were dark. At this point, if they still couldn't guess what this guy wanted to do, their IQ would be very low. Sua Xiaoduo became more and more excited as he spoke. So this rich man beat around the bush and said that it was an honor for my brothers to come to my house for a meal. I shouldn't have said anything. But next time when you come, help me bring something, even if it's just an egg. That's still an honor, isn't it? Li Chenglong said, and then this group of friends didn't respond, so the rich man said, how about this, I'll hold a banquet at home tomorrow night, and I hope that everyone can come. Let's gain some face and have some fun. Then, the next day, before night fell, the rich man was already waiting at the door. Because his wife made a bet with him that your friends would definitely come empty-handed. The rich man said, I don't believe it. Madam said if you don't believe me, let's make a bet. The couple really made a bet. In the rich man's opinion, he had already made it so clear that he would definitely win this bet. He wanted to taste the taste of victory early, so he simply waited at the door. So, at around 6:30 p.m. my friends finally came. Sua Xiaoduo laughed and said, I won't hide it from you guys. My arrival time is basically the same as yours. Pooh! Bai Xiaoduo immediately burst out laughing. She laughed so hard that her body trembled. The faces of Lai Xiaohua and the others were so dark that it was impossible to look at them. Bing Xiaobing gritted her teeth and said, and then Sua Xiaoduo laughed and said, when the rich man saw that, his first friend really came. So he went up and asked. Li Chenglong said, they came really quickly. Sua Xiaoduo said, his friend is actually quite young, and he just found a wife. Their relationship is quite good, so he brings his wife everywhere he goes. Even when he freeloads, it's the same. Li Chenglong said enviously, even such a miser can find a wife. I'm really envious. However, I'm afraid that woman is blind. Lai Xiaohua and Shui Xiaoluo's faces were as dark as the bottom of a pot. Sua Xiaoduo said, this friend's looks are very outstanding. He's smooth and shiny. Don't girls like this kind of by face the most? What's so important about it? Yes, because he's young, everyone usually calls him young man. Yes, young man for short. Lai Xiaohua took a deep breath. Li Chenglong said, hey, do you even need to say it? Just tell us how he asked. Sua Xiaoduo turned and looked at Lai Xiaohua. The rich man asked, young man, you brought your wife to my house for a meal. What did you bring for me? Ha 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 ha. Yu Xiaoyu slapped her thigh and was overjoyed. Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo were convulsing with laughter. It was really too satisfying. Lai Xiaohua grabbed the drumstick in his hand and suddenly felt that the drumstick was no longer fragrant. It was tasteless, as if he was chewing rotten wood. Li Chenglong hurriedly played the role. What did the young man with his wife say? Sua Xiaoduo said, this friend is really a wonderful person. He said that he came to my brother's house as a guest, and I brought a white cloud and a cool breeze for him. Li Chenglong turned and said to Lai Xiaohua, "What a poetic scene. What a wonderful person." He clearly didn't bring anything, but he could still say it so pretentiously. What a talent. If not, how could he do what others can't? Lai Xiaohua's cheeks twitched. Xue Xiaoluo pinched her husband's thigh. It was so embarrassing for her to be with you today. Lai Xiaohua swore in his heart. The more you mock me, the more I won't give you anything. What else can you do other than say it out loud? Li Chenglong laughed. And then? Xue Xiaoduo said, then the rich man had no choice but to let the two of them in. He continued to wait, and then the second person came. As long as a friend brought a gift, the winner would still be him. Li Chenglong said, the second person also has a story. Xue Xiaoduo said, yes, it's even better than the first person. This friend's family is very poor. He's a pauper, but he's also very good-looking. He's even more handsome than the previous young man. The skin on his face is so smooth, like a freshly peeled egg. Kong Xiaodan was speechless as she touched her smooth face. Xue Xiaoduo continued. So, everyone likes to call him Little Egg, or Little Egg. Li Chenglong was enlightened. I see. How did he ask the second question? Xue Xiaoduo turned his head and said to Kong Xiaodan, the rich man asked, Little Egg, what did you bring to my house for dinner? Pft, pft. The left and right heavenly kings and Bai Xiaoduo laughed like crazy. Yun Xiaohu didn't have to worry about Xue Xiaoduo taking care of him anymore. He was much better than him. This guy could definitely make a dead person jump up and down in his coffin. Kong Xiaodan's eyes widened, and her face turned red. Too mischievous. This bastard. Boss, what kind of godson did you take in? Even Lai Xiaohua and his wife, who were very depressed just now, burst out laughing. People, if they were the only unlucky one, they would be very angry because it was hard to get rid of the depression. But when they saw someone else with the same bad luck as them, they instantly felt better and had a way to vent their depression. They would even find it very funny. Lai Xiaohua and his wife were like that now. Li Chenglong, how did this little egg answer? Xue Xiaoduo, this little egg said, brother, I don't have any money. My family has no money to spare, and I have nothing on me. I can only bring you white clouds and clear wind. Li Chenglong, but the guy in front already brought him. Xue Xiaoduo, so the rich man said the same thing. Little Egg was a little embarrassed, so he said, I really don't have anything, I only brought 2 balls. Pfft. The 2 women blushed and covered their mouths, while the 5 men tilted their heads and spat out a mouthful of wine on the ground, laughing so hard that they couldn't stop coughing. Li Chenglong also almost spat out his wine. After coughing for a while and calming down a little, he asked, and then? Xue Xiaoduo, of course, the rich man also let him in. After all, he brought 2 balls. So the rich man continued to wait for the third person. As long as the third person brought something, he still didn't lose. Bing Xiaobing's expression changed. Li Chenglong, what's so special about the third person? Xue Xiaoduo, the third person was a little pitiful. Not only was his family poor, but he was also sick all year round. So, everyone called him Little Sick. Li Chenglong shook his head, poor guy. Xue Xiaoduo, after waiting anxiously, Little Sick finally came. Then the rich man went up and asked. Li Chenglong, what did he ask? Xue Xiaoduo turned his head and said to Bing Xiaobing, At this moment, Lai Xiaohua, Kong Xiaoyun, Xiaohu, Xiaoyu, Bai Xiaoduo, and Xue Xiaoluo all said to Bing Xiaobing at the same time. The rich man asked, Little Sick, you came to my house to eat, what did you bring me? Bing Xiaobing was speechless. Out of all of them, it seemed like he was the only one who brought something, okay? Although he lost, Sua Xiaoduo said with a straight face, silence. Li Changlong, how did this little sick answer? Sua Xiaoduo said, this little sickly one is much more practical. He replied, Big brother, I only have this pair of shoulders that still have some strength, so I carried my head over for you. Ha 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 ha. He brought you ahead. Everyone at the scene laughed like crazy. Bing Xiaobing's face darkened for a moment, but he also laughed. This little bastard was really good at mocking others. In an instant, the laughter shook the sky. People were so strange. If only one person was mocked in front of so many people, it would be a lifelong feud that would be difficult to resolve. But now that a few people were mocked in succession, everyone took it as a joke and laughed it off. Although she was still angry, she felt happy after being angry for a while. Sua Xiaoduo laughed and then said, the four of you, haha, it's just a story, a topic of conversation at the dinner table. I'm not talking about the four of you. Don't think too much about it. Let's talk about it. This joke can be laughed at for a lifetime. Pfft. Yu Xiaoyu turned her head and spat a mouthful of tea on Yun Xiaohu's face. I don't know if others can laugh for a lifetime, but I can laugh for a lifetime. The others were even more amused. Lai Xiaohua, Shuo Xiaoluo, Kong Xiaodan, and Bing Xiaobing looked at Sua Xiaoduo with a strange light in their eyes. They were angry and amused at the same time. They really understood their boss's godson now. This kid seemed to be born with a kind of temperament, cheap. And this kind of cheap was not the kind that made people want to beat him to death, but the kind that they only wanted to beat him up viciously, 8 times a day. As long as he was not beaten to death, they would beat him up viciously. To be honest, he was very different from his father in this aspect. With his father's temper, his opponents only wanted to beat him to death. But this kid was so cheap that people wanted to beat him up again and again, but they could not bear to beat him to death. These were two completely different realms. And just as the laughter shook the sky, a car slowly came from outside and stopped in front of the villa. Cough. Please. Monthly votes. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.